Honk.
That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome to a Saturday night stream. It is Saturday night. It is May 6th, 2023, in the year of our Lord, etc., etc. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to D&D with viewers into the unknown. I hope you folks are as excited as I am to get this underway. This is going to be either... This is either going to be the final session of Into the Unknown, or it's going to be the second to last session. That's sort of dependent on how well things go with our little side questing work and how far we get into the main quest, which is literally called the grand finale. So we will see how far we get into that. But first of all, in chat's judgment, they decided that it was a good idea to go deal with the East Watch. So basically some side quest work. But, you know, saving people, going into the unknown as far as we can. That's all part of the mix. So, but we're going to get to that in just a second. Before we do that, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here in the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop for the merchandise area. !ArvTrayon for the Patreon. That is also really helpful to sub to the channel. If you can sub or resub to the channel, that's always great too. You can get inspirations to help the players, plus emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. You can get those inspirations with the Patreon as well, plus other cool stuff that you can't get through subbing, so please consider doing that. On the publishing side, Icarus is my award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Electrum selling over at the DM's Guild, Drive-Thru RPG. That is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade is my award-winning novel, which came out last year, the first book of the Grey Assassin trilogy. You can get that book right now. You can also get the audiobook by Trent Sparks right at that link, and also wherever fine audiobooks are sold. You can get that there. You can also... pre-order the sequel, Renegade, which will be coming out in July of this year. You can pre-order Heretic, the final book of the Grey Assassin trilogy that'll be coming out next year. You can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game by Brandon O'Brien coming out at the end of the year, so please consider doing that with that Greyshade link. And on the front of, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. They are doing so with, as I say, bravery and courage. This is our chance to stand up and help them and send a message that we will help others in that situation as well. Now, just before we get into this, quick note about schedule. I will be back on, after today, we'll be off Sunday, Monday, and then I'll be back on Tuesday at noon Eastern at GOG.com. So I'll be doing Pen and Pixels over there first. I'm playing some Chained Echoes, because at 4 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, I'm going to be back on this channel with some Shire Adventures, which is going to be great, our first session of the month. It's going to be on Tuesday. Then we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and I'll be back at that point on Friday with some more Jedi Survivor, and Saturday with Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. So it's going to be good times. I'm excited about that, and I'm excited for what we've got going on here. Last thing I need to mention, of course, is about the Klein. Because I have the things set up for D&D viewers, I can't show the poster immediately, but I'll just say that the Klein is Klein is our big event. That is the big kickoff event for ArvCon 2023 to benefit the Damon Rennie Cancer Research Foundation. That is going to be live at the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut on Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern. We have selected and notified the winner of the high school student essay competition to be the fifth and final player on stage, and so we will be announcing that next week. So we will have the fifth player there, and we will announce who will be joining CSE Cooney, Carlos Hernandez, Robert Austin James, otherwise known as Darkside Rob, and Zach Clay, with me playing Night at the Forbidden Library in front of a live audience. We will announce that. We will also announce the corporate sponsors for ArvCon 2023 next week as well, so that's going to be a good time. And you can get tickets for that event for $5. We'll get you in the door, and it will also $5 online. Again, if you are international, credit card situation is a little dicey for you at the moment. moment. They are working on it, and hopefully we'll have a solution shortly so that people can get tickets either way, either $5 in person or $5 online to be able to watch this amazing Dungeons & Dragons live event with an audience. Very excited, an in-person audience, so I'm very excited about that as well. Now, with all of that said, I am going to transition this over. Let's see if I can get rid of this first. So if I get rid of that, yeah, and then if I get rid of that, and whoop, there we go. Hey, Hillness, what's going on? So welcome, everybody. Hi, all. Welcome to Into the Unknown. Let me fix that. It's a little. That's more like it. I love our minimalist setup on this, by the way. It is good. You just finished the main story for Jedi Survivor. Nice. Man, I had such a great time with that game yesterday. I've really been enjoying that game a lot. I'm very glad that the game is as good as I hoped it would be so far. So we have got some D&D with viewers up today, folks. And for those of you who don't remember, Into the Unknown, you may or may not recall that Into the Unknown we started out by basically doing this. We're sort of, early adventurers, and we were having different quests assigned to us. But what we have discovered over time is that there is someone who is practicing this dark magic, whose name is Erinar. And Erinar's dark magic threatens to disrupt and affect most of civilized society in a terrible way. And so we have to stop Erinar at a place called Stormview Manor, which is where it is rumored that he lives. However, we also had to build up some things, build up our energy, our experience, and most of all, get ourselves ready for that final fight by running around and basically going and doing some side questing. So we went and we got rid of some undead in a tomb, which we did last time. The session before that, we actually went and did some forest glade hunting to be able to gather some information there. And we are doing the last of the side quests, which is going to be cool. Speak of endorsement. Yes, clips. I have talked about that before. Clips are very, very valuable. So please and thank you. Please do those clips if you can. I, again, fully endorse what Echo said there about making these clips so that we can have those channels, have the channel, have clips for people to be able to see when they come to the channel. Clips and highlights are very much appreciated. So yes, sorry, Echo. Thank you for mentioning it. And yes, people should definitely be doing that if you possibly can, using the clip function, which I think you can do even on mobile now, but you can definitely obviously do it on the desktop computer. So Into the Unknown, the way this works is that chat is going to make the decision about how things go, but we have got ourselves our full character sort of set up right here. And it is Norel Navra, who is a halfling bard, chaotic good, aspires to be the greatest at what they do. Honor defines us. We struggle with trusting anyone we come across. We have multiple things we're good at. We have, as you can see, the stats here, 11 strength, 13 intelligence, 14 wisdom, 19 charisma. We're super charismatic. 14 con, 16 dex, a 14 AC, 33 hit points, gold 216, silver 42. We have got a bunch of artifacts here, but to sort of drop it down, basically we have to give 10% of our gold to charity, but once per week, what it does is if we were to get knocked out, it would reduce us to 1 hit point instead of 0 hit points. So that basically happens in the equivalent of once per adventure, which is quite useful. We have got a nocturnal bow, which is +1 and allows us to cast Bless once per day. But at night, excuse me, at night it is +2. So that obviously is very valuable during the evening time. We've got our entertainer's pack. We've got leather armor, dagger, shovel, pickaxe, rope, torch. We have got rations for 4 days. We've got a scroll of cure wounds. We have, which is 2nd level. We have 3 potions of healing. We have a relic, a bracelet, 2 red uncut gems, a silver necklace with an emerald pendant. We have gloves of savagery, which means that we crit on a 19 or a 20, and then this golden ring and a ring of requirement, and I already talked about what that does. We also have all our spells with us. We have got right now Hold Person, Invisibility, and Shatter at 2nd level. We've got Charm Person, Healing Word, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and Thunder Wave at 1st level, and we've got Dancing Lights, Prestidigitation, and Vicious Mockery for cantrips. We have 4 out of 4 first spell slots and 3 out of 3 second spell slots. That's basically where we're at. And we are heading on to this place. And actually, let me move that over there. We are moving on to the place that you see on your screen, which is known as Mistwood. According to Alfie, who you may remember, Alfie Fitz is the our gnome kind of dispatcher, if you will, who was given these quests, and it is to venture to Mistwood, to talk to the locals, to gain information on the happenings around East Watch, and then proceed there to take care of any issues. That's basically the idea that we're looking at. And so, simple quest. I'm sure there will be nothing that will go wrong. What could possibly be an issue that could theoretically exist? I can't imagine that there'd be any problem. So we've got that. Also, we have the polls here. And I don't know where my polls just went. There we go. The polls went there. But let me go above. Actually, let me move the image. There we go. Underneath that, if we need it. Now, we're not going to need it right now. So I'm going to put that over there. But that is something we'll have to think about when we actually do the polls about what we're actually going to do when we get there. And the last thing I think I need to do is just make sure that I've got my music queued up and ready to go. So let's get some music going on here. Let's deal with some tavern music, I think. Okay. All right. How we doing on volume, chat? How we doing on volume? Good, bad, indifferent? Volume is good? Okay. Good. All right. Oh, and one last note that I wanted to make, by the way. Which is that, so my daughter is doing some stuff at her school tonight. She's actually ushering. And so I am going to, there is the possibility that I may need to go pick her up in about 20 to 25 minutes or so. I'm hoping we don't have to do that because, frankly, it'll be a pain. Because not that I mind picking her up with things, but it's just because of the timing of everything. If I have to do it, I will put you on with some music and a break and have you sort of like hanging around with stuff. But yelling like that Usher goat meme, exactly. Singing like Usher and then, but the goat meme. No, it is ushering and doing these other things. So just letting you know that is a possibility, although I hope it will not become necessary. But it is a conceivable option. Wow, that's way too bright. No wonder. I was looking at that. I'm like, why is it so bright? That's much better. Okay. Right, so let's do it. All right, I'm charging up my phone with my extra fast charger so that I don't miss anything. And I turned on the ringer so that I can make sure that if a call comes through, I'll actually be able to hear it. All right, let's do this. So, here we are. Welcome, all of you, to Mistwood. You travel southeast to Mistwood from Farador Keep. You must have traveled these roads hundreds of times by now, going on practice missions or nights out in Mistwood and Mackendire. However, it feels different this time. You're traveling as a full-fledged adventurer. No professor or tactician is watching over you. After a while, you reach Mistwood. It is just turning from morning to afternoon. You stroll into town and head to the unctuous Unicorn Tavern. This is where the locals have gathered to tell you about their sightings. You enter the tavern to find 6 locals already there. As you enter, they begin praising you immediately. You sense they are genuinely fearful of what lies within East Watch. One woman says, "They were menacing but small." Another says, "Hardly the size of a child, but they all had swords." A man says, "Can't pay me to go over there." "No, sir. Here I will stay." You get the idea they did not get a great look. As they settle, a young girl steps out from behind her mother. She confidently says, "They're goblins." The entire crowd turns to her, astonished. The girl continues, "It was obvious, wasn't it? Flat face, pointy ears. It can't be elves. They're goblins, I'm sure of it. I've read about them in Farador, a history." You don't recall goblins being shown in Farador, a history. You get the idea she was lying to cover up the fact that she's been doing some in-depth reading about monsters, an act you are sure her parents would disapprove of. You ask her if she knows anything else. She replies, I can't be sure, but I overheard them talking about a boss. Seemed like the boss wasn't another goblin. Her mother looks at her, astonished. The girl goes on, "What? I'm small and stealthy. I'm going to make a great ranger." She looks up at you as if she's proud to be in the presence of a Farador Keep graduate. You thank her for her information. As you do, her mother turns her away and leads her out of the tavern. Well, so we've got our lead, chat. Goblins and a boss. And the only way to find out what is going on is to head to Eastwatch. Okay. So... right. Let me just quickly capture and save this. One moment, please. Goblin middle managers. Yeah. It is, yeah. You know, can we send a shout out, by the way, to the tragically underused bugbear? Bugbears are pretty cool, you know. Everybody's always just like, oh, hobgoblins or orcs. Like, let's give a thought to the bugbear, okay? All right. That's what we wanted. I just looked them up. No can do. We learn not to mess with them. They do. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying that's what I mean. The bugbear is like pretty nasty. Like, and I feel like they just don't get used much. And I don't fully understand why that is. Okay, so we've got that. Let me put this into studio mode so that I can add this map. Okay. Okay. All right, so we get rid of that. And we go to here. Okay. There we are. Yeah, like... Yeah. It's just one of those things where you feel like... I very seldom hear them being talked about, I guess. Other than just sort of general terms about like, oh yeah, what's a bugbear? And you're like, oh. So yeah, they are not to be trifled with. Okay, so get rid of that, turn that on, and there we go. And let's move this above here. There we go, looks nice. Yep, I remember that one actually, because I ran that campaign, or ran that adventure. Okay. Wonderbar, all right. So, here we go, chat. Let's buckle up and be ready. Oh, wait. I need different music now. Wait a second. Let's change that music up. There we go. No tavern music for this. Okay. You soon approach Eastwatch, a noble, mighty tower fallen to the hardships of age. Vines grow nearly to the top, windows are broken out, and the stone has eroded, leaving patches in the pristine figure. It is quiet up the path. Seems like the only thing to do is to head into the tower. You step to the entrance of the tower. With one last breath of fresh air, you head in. Immediately as you enter, you see two goblins attempting to move a bookcase away from the wall. Neither of them looks at you, but one says, "Lend a hand, will ya?" A second later, he looks over to you and his eyes widen. They put down the bookcase and draw their scimitars in unison. Now, yeah, exactly. Now, before we do this, though, Chad, I do want to show something quickly, which is that I missed the watch part. So hang on a second. Paste, crop, save as. Okay, so just to be clear, this was what the outside of the tower looked like. There we go. There we are. That's what the outside of the tower looks like. So now we see what the outside of the tower looks like, this charming place. You can have that in your mind as you think about what we've got in front of us. Okay, 2 goblins. So the time has come, chat, to roll initiative. So what I would like is, could I have someone who would be kind enough to actually roll initiative today and roll the dice for chat in combat and the like? Yeah, I mean, I've seen worse. Exactly. So can I get a volunteer to roll initiative for these? Awesome, Echo. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. D20. D20, and we're going to be doing D20 plus... let's see, our dexterity is a 3. So yeah, so D20 plus 3 for our initiative. $17. Hey, Wispy Song. So that's a good initiative score. Unfortunately, it's not as good as the goblins, who I will tell you in this case rolled a total of 21. So the goblins are going to go first. They are fairly fast creatures, but they also rolled real well. So let me throw this in there too. Goblin. 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 Number 1. Goblin. Number 2. A gobbo in 21. Exactly. Okay. So, they are going to run up on us. And the first thing they are going to attempt to do... I continue to love is like, if you're successful, defeat the creatures, keep going. If you're defeated, roll a new character. All right. Thanks for the instructions. Appreciate that. Okay. They're both going to attack here. And... move that over here like this. Okay. Both attack with their scimitars, attempting to get around us. That first one is a critical miss. This is what happens when they attack with a bookcase. The second one, though, is a 16 to hit. Our AC is currently... what is our AC currently? $14. So that is a hit. And they slash us with their scimitar. Ugh. And they hit us for a lot. By which I mean 8 hit points. Compared to, you know, what they could have. So that was a big slash that we did not like. We did not like that. Okay. All right. So now it is our turn to go. Now, chat, we have a couple of options here. They are on top of us, which means we can't really fire using our weapons. At least not fire using our bow. So what we could do instead is we could cast a spell, or we could attack using our +1 longsword. So let me pop up the poll here, and let's take a look and see what we want to do, what we like to choose to do. I think I may actually have, in fact, default combat options, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay. So we have the following options. We could attack, we could run, We could cast Vicious Mockery. We could cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter. We could cast Thunderwave. We could cast Hold Person. Or we could heal ourselves. Actually, that's perfect. There's one other that I want to add, though. Cast Shatter. Or heal. And if we want to heal, there's multiple ways to heal that we can talk about when we arrive there. So, I'm going to open this up, chat. What do we want to do? We got 2 goblins in front of us. Do we attack? That's $vote space 1. Do we run? That's $vote space 2. Do we cast Vicious Mockery? That's $vote space 3. Tasha's Hideous Laughter is $vote space 4. Thunderwave is $vote space 5. Hold Person is $vote space 6. Shatter is $vote space 7, and heal is $vote space 8. Now, actually, just so we're clear, Hold Person is not going to work because these are monsters, not people, so we're not going to be able to hold them with that. But everything else there could work in some version or another. Thunderwave obviously is close burst, so basically they're right on top of us. Thunderwave means that that's like designed for use when something is this close. Or we could attack and see what we could do about taking these creatures down. I would say we could mock their bookcase work, you know, stuff like that. All right, let me check. Not yet, Echo, because we haven't finished the vote. I'm going to last call this. As soon as the vote's done, then I will call for an attack roll. Okay, Mom. So, Mom is going to pick up Little Larv. Huzzah. Huzzah, that means I will not have to leave in the middle of this. That is good. Seems good. Yeah. Okay, going once. Going twice. All right. So, we have got the attack. So, let's do it. This is going to be a +1 longsword. So we are looking at our strength of 11 +1. So we're going to be basic, and plus our proficiency as well, because we are proficient. So we are looking at a proficiency of 2. So that means a total of 3. So D20 +3, please, Echo. Hi, Trivet. D20 +3 against one of these goblins. Oh, actually, do the D20, but forget about the +3. I actually forgot. It probably makes more sense, unless chat wants me to do something different, to use the rapier, because we have a 16, which means that instead of a 3, we'd be doing it at a 5. So D20 +5. Let's go with that. It's not a +1. It's not a magical weapon, but these look to be like normal goblins. So, my bad. So, yes, just a D20 +5, please, Echo. Yeah. I forgot for a moment. I was like, wait a minute. Because I was like, I think we have a rapier, but... Nice with the critical hit. That's right, because we crit on a 19 or a 20. Good stuff. All right, so... that is going to be 1d8 +3. I believe a rapier is 1d8 +3, so 11 points. Let me just make sure. I think a rapier is 1d8 +3. It is 1d8, yep. So 1d8 +3, hell yes. And 11, I love it. That I think is going to blow that goblin the heck up. Yeah, it sure is. Okay, so the first goblin, like, we just like stab directly to the throat. It's like, and then falls to the ground. All right, one goblin down. That's the way we do it right here. Okay, I'm going to say goblin number 1 is down. Now goblin number 2 grows to giant size in his wrath. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't do that. Okay, so the second goblin comes roaring in, roaring vengeance to attempt to attack us. and is going to do so as the second round begins. Is going to attempt to attack us using the scimitar, slashes viciously and critically misses. All right, it's up to us, chat. We have got, we are going to do that again. So, chat, let me just ask quickly. I'm just going to open a poll very quickly. This is a very simple poll. Do you want to do the same thing we did last turn, which is attack with the rapier? If so, $ vote space 1. If you don't want to attack, or if you want to do something different, $ vote space 2. So $ vote space 1 to do exactly what we did, $ vote space 2 to do something different. Please. Yeah, this felt fairly clear to me as well. All right, last call, last call. Pokey pokey. All right, we're going to close that down. All right, Echo, if you would, D20 plus 5. Let's show them how we do it downtown. D20 plus 5. Oh, I forgot we have 3 out of 3 Bardic Inspirations. Uh-oh. The ... is not a good sign. It's never a good sign when we get the trail off ellipsis. Or partial ellipsis. A 7. That, unfortunately, is not going to get the job done. Yeah. Basically, we zigged when we should have zagged. So he comes back again, attempts to slam us home with his scimitar, and he critically misses again. This is his 3rd critical miss this fight. This goblin has literally critically missed 3 times. He is like Ginsu knifing the bookcase and stuff, but he is not hitting us. This is not impressive. Okay, so same deal. If you want to do the same thing, chat, I mean, he did miss us pretty badly. So if you want to again attack, $ vote space 1. If you want to do something different, $ vote space 2, please. Yeah, he's just like, wah, wah, wah. I have this image that he's literally slashing us like 5 feet from us, right? So he's just like doing this, and we're like, he's just like, wah, wah. Probably with his eyes closed too, right? Like he's just like, Yeah. Well, we don't have to viciously mock him. We're just already mocking. We're like, really? Is that how you do things? Going once. Going twice. Okay. Once again, Echo, let's do this. D20 plus 5, please. Well, that's not a crit. That's not a crit, though. That's not a, even with the 15. It is, however, it is a, plus 5 is a dirty 20, as they call it, but it was not a 19 or a 20. We do not crit, however, we do damage. So, if you could roll D8, please, and then we're going to add 3 to that. So, D8 plus 3. Yeah, exactly. We're like, I feel like we're already viciously mocking him insofar as we're, like, destroying him, you know? Although they did hit us initially for 8 points of damage. Okay, so yes, if we could please do that. Just D8. 3 plus 3 is 6. Okay. Not quite dead. Very hurt, though. Like, he's like stumbling around. Multiple wounds. You know, we like, as we did the rapier thing, we poked him multiple times. Like, I think actually, let me see. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna see something here. Yeah, he is going to actually try to book it out of the tower. He basically just had a morale fail. So he's booking it. So we could attack of opportunity on him as he runs, heedless of the danger away from us. Do you want, chat, to attack of opportunity him or not? $ vote space 1 is we attack him as he's running away. $ vote space 2 is we don't. He's like, ah. You say take him down? Almost, Wispy. $ vote It's close. There you go. I know, right? That's how, now you know how the goblin felt. Oh, true. Vote vicious mockery. Well, we can't really vicious mockery him as an attack of opportunity though, Geister. So there is no vote 3 option, I'm afraid. You can't really viciously mock as an attack of opportunity. You could feel free to mock him as he runs away, you know, like. That's why. All right, going once, going twice. Man, the music ran out. All right, I'll play it again. All right, going once, going twice. Okay. One more attack, please, Echo. This is D20 plus 5. We're going to do this at advantage because he is paying 0 attention to us. So roll that D20 twice. He's like, ah. I would not have done this, but as a DM, I ruled that after 3 critical misses, this guy is just not having it. Twice D20 plus 5, right. Correct. I'm not sure I'm sure it must have happened at some point in my DMing career that I saw someone critically miss 3 consecutive times, but I don't remember it. I've had people miss like 4 or 5 times in a row. I've had like a critical miss and then a miss and another critical miss, but 3 critical misses in a row, that is a special experience. Special talent. Well, the 19 plus 5 is good. So that is a crit. So critically hit him, you just stab him through the heart. And he just stumbles over and dies. There is this moment's pause, and then a silence settles over the place. And let me actually get... Hang on one second. I'm going to get some music for this. It's not Greenforge Studios in this case. Okay. Okay. Probably my favorite D&D incidental music. Really? No kidding. 3 critical misses in a row? No. Sorry. Sorry, Crit. Okay. Right. So, the goblins are lying on the ground. They fall with ease. And so, you proceed. The first floor of the tower seems to be relatively dull. Bookcases, tables, and a rug are the only notable features. Okay, chat. So, we have a couple of options here. We can do one of 3 things. We could search the goblins. We could heal, or we could move on up the tower. What would you like to do? Oh, the dice go only in the dice tower? Yeah, no, that is one of the options, Wispy, yeah. You can, so $ vote space 1 is search the goblins, 2 is heal, or 3 is move on up the tower. Hang on a second. That's funny. So it turns out, Little Arv actually volunteered to usher at this show. And it's a good thing that she did, because it turned out that no one, they had like 3 volunteers, and there was like some mix up in communication. So she was the only one who came to usher. So there's like this swarm of people coming in, and she's just like, but it was fine. It all worked out okay. So thank goodness that she was there. So anyway, everything went fine with the show. Steve Albini won his second World Series of Poker gold bracelet when he came in first place in the horse event, netting him $196,000. I did not know that, Drew. What's up, Drew? Good to see you. And I'm glad to see that you enjoyed The Wiz. That is a good show, by the way. I saw this on Discord that you had gone to that. Okay, so we have searched the goblins, and you find on the goblins 12 gold pieces and 29 silver pieces. So let me mark that down. 12, so 228. And 29 silver pieces is 62, 71. I can do that faster than that. 71. There we go. Okay. On goblins. And 2 scimitars. Yes, they do have 2 scimitars, although I have to say they are not very good ones. If you would like Wispy to pick up the critical missing scimitar goblin, listen, I mean, far be it from me to keep you from picking up the crappy, yeah, and it is true. That is an unusual amount of gold for a goblin. Very true, which is something to think about, I suppose. All right, so now, chat, the question is, so you did lose 8 hit points there. So the question is, do you wish to heal or move on up the tower? And this one we can do easily enough with a simple 1 or 2 poll. $ vote space 1 means we will heal. $ vote space 2 means move up the tower. And we have multiple ways to heal, as you can probably see. I think I showed you already the options that are available. Besides Healing Word, there's also a Scroll of Cure Wounds. There's 3 potions of healing. So we have multiple ways to heal. And you could short rest, but it's very early for a short rest, especially because you don't know what else is in this tower that might have heard this. So it's like finding a duffel bag of cash. So yeah, $ vote space 1 is heal. $ vote space 2 is move up the tower and do not heal. It's like finding a duffel bag of goblins, know what I'm saying? Anyone else? Anyone else? I only have 1 vote each right now. Would $ vote space 1 to heal, $ vote space 2 to move on up the tower. Chad is not sure about this. Chad is like, well, Geester says, move on up the tower. All right. Last call here. Going one. Yeah, no, I'm Noah. You're all individually certain, but in the aggregate. Okay, going once. Going twice. Right. Okay, so you're going to move on up the tower. Very well. There is a curved staircase, leading higher into the tower. And let's show what happens there. So let me studio mode this. All right, here we are. Not certain. I was just trying to tie it. We're going to find Saruman trolling like always. Okay. You ascend to the next level of the tower. Immediately as you enter the new floor, you are greeted by more goblins. They are just as aggressive as the two before. You thought it was fun with 2 goblins, but what happens when there are 3 goblins? Goblin number 1. Goblin number 2. Goblin number 3. All right, so initiative, please, if you would, Echo. Let's see whether the these goblins do as well or poorly as the last ones. Okay. Plain D20, we're going to add, D20 plus 3 is what we're looking at for this. We will see whether we get the drop on these guys this time. Now this one, well, we'll see. Depends on how the initiative goes. I know, right, Rudnell? Oh, I see. Yes, D20 plus 3 for our initiative roll, please, Echo. Because we have a dexterity of 19, so plus 3. I mean, a dexterity of 16, not 19, sorry. 3 plus 3 is 6. Oh, no! The goblins didn't roll as well either, but this time, though... Okay, so they come rising up towards us, like zip, 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 zip. All right. And they're going to attack us with scimitars 3 times. Okay. They are going to hit twice. 2 of them are going to hit this time. And they are going to do a total of 9 damage between the 2 of them. All right, so now we're getting a little more dicey. Because now we are down to 16 points. Yeah. Well, these ones, you know, just by numbers, we have to take care of them now. So, all right, chat. Fear not, though, because we have our combat options available to us. Let's clear this out. We're going to load up our default ones that we have. I'm going to take out hold person, because you can't use that anyway. Whoops. Okay, so here's what we got. We can attack, $vote space 1. Run, $vote space 2. Vicious Mockery, $vote space 3. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, $vote space 4. Thunderwave, $vote space 5. Shatter, $vote space 6. Or Heal, $vote space 7. We can do any of those things. So yeah. Yeah, Thunderwave may not be a bad call here. I could definitely see that. They are nicely clustered up. So, there are 3 of them. So it makes some sense. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. We could affect their... They didn't have... We could have used Cutting Words. It does not affect them enough for it to matter in the last attacks. But that is a good call about Cutting Words. We'll need to remember that because we can use Cutting Words in that case to affect the other creature's roll by using one of our Bardic Inspiration dice. But it wouldn't have mattered in this case anyway. But thank you for the reminder, Geester. I'll try to remember to let everyone know if it's close enough that it might make a difference. Okay, so last call. Going once, going twice. Yep, big fan of Thunderwave. Thunderwave. Oh, okay. All right, so Thunderwave it is. And as some of you with familiarity with the system may know, Thunderwave is pretty cool. It is a wave of thunderous force which shoots out from you. And each of the creatures in a 15-foot cube originating from you, that's the 3 goblins in front of us, must make a Constitution saving throw. So let's see how they do on that. Okay, we have a... Where's their con? Show me this. Okay. Okay. One of them does make their con saving throw. The other two do not. And that means they are going to take 2d8 thunder damage and will not be pushed. So, Echo, if I could have you roll 2 8-sided dice, please. It is 2d8 thunder damage for the 2 that missed their roll, and it's going to be half that amount, whatever it is, for the one that made their save. 2d8. Yep. Just honey bunches of oats. Just... yes, and this is just a... Yeah, sorry. Plain d8. Yes. This is just 2 d8s. But no modifier. Just 2 d8s. Rude now. Yes, especially after a burrito of some kind, maybe. 2d8. 10. Okay. So, that is going to kill 2 of them immediately. 2 of them immediately die. They are blown backwards off of their feet. They're also pushed back, but they're also corpses at that point, so it doesn't really matter. So 2 of them are dead. The last one, goblin number 3, is very hurt, but is not quite dead. So, very hurt, but not quite dead. All right. And so they are going to come in and attack. They are not going to... This one's not going to run. Maybe because they haven't had time to critically miss much. Also, we used one of our first level spell slots. So we're down to 3 out of 4 there. Okay. That cleared out the room a bit. They miss horrifically. So now it's our opportunity. So chat, I'm going to open this up. There's 1 goblin left and he's quite hurt. Should we attack, run, vicious mockery, hideous laughter, thunder wave, shatter, or heal? All right, going once, going twice, and closed. Attack it is. All right, so it is a d20 plus 3, a d20 plus, sorry, I keep saying plus 3, plus 5, excuse me, with our rapier. d20 plus 5, if you would, Echo. d20 plus 5 on this third, somewhat hapless goblin. d20 plus 5 to take this guy down, hopefully. d20 plus 5. You all good, Echo? d20 plus 5? There we are. 15. That will hit. So please roll damage. And damage on this will be 1d8 plus 3. No, it's okay. 1d8 plus 3 for the damage to this creature. 1d8 plus 3. Okay. Fortunately, that's okay, because fortunately it was already almost dead as it was. So that is enough to destroy what was left. And falls over and dies. And so it says the quote is, "They should have sent 4. Well done. You look around but find little of value. It's obvious the tower was stripped of any meaningful items before it was abandoned." Okay, so we can, just as was the case in the lower level, search the goblins, heal, or move on. Now, I will say, chat, at this point, I'd recommend we think about a heal, because we are at half of our health now. And we do have methods of healing. We could healing word ourselves, for example. I mean, we can search and then heal, but just be aware. I think we should probably heal before we leave this level. No, yes, of course. My fault. Always loot first, yes. What was I thinking? Okay, last call. I forgot actually to switch off the Willow and the light music into the combat of the goblins because it was so chill. I'm just like, completely forgot. All right, going once, going twice. Okay, so we will search the goblins, and when we search the goblins, and by the way, don't forget, chat, that when all of this is done, we are going to have to give 10% of what we got here as part of our Ring of Requirement. You know, our charitable donation. Just keep that in mind, that we will need to do that. Should give, obviously, our money to Damon Runyon, right? That's that'll be the thing. Okay, so we find 15 gold pieces. Uh, 34 silver pieces, which is 105, right? I can actually just type that in. And also copper. That's right, we have found copper pieces. I know you're all excited. I know you're like, wait, what is this? Why do we not even have copper pieces, chat? Copper pieces, look at that. That's right, we got us some copper pieces. So we have got more money off of these things. Okay, so now the question is very simple. $ vote space 1, do we heal? $ vote space 2, we move on to the top floor of the tower. We are currently sitting at 16 out of 33 hit points, so we're below halfway. So heal or tower. And I'm going to get, since I'm guessing I know how this is going to go, I'm going to queue up the 3 possibilities. Okay. How about the steel pennies? The slingshot, that's right. The slingshot with copper pieces. Those things are, you know, they've got some heft to them. They got some weight. Know what I'm saying? You'll never take me alive, copper. That's what it means. Everyone thinks it's about the police, but it's actually about throwing a copper piece. Right, yeah. All right, last call. And okay, so here we are, chat. I'm going to immediately open this up. So what are we going to use? Now, Healing Word, as a reminder, that is a first level spell. We still have 3 spell slots left, so we would use one of them with Healing Word. Healing Word will give us 1d4 plus our spellcasting ability modifier, which is 4. So 1d4 plus 4 healing if we use Healing Word. We could also cast that at level 2. So that's one option that I'll bring up if we select Healing Word. Scroll of Cure Wounds cures 2d8 plus 3. That's like our most powerful one, and it might be a little overkill for this. Or we have our 3 potions of healing, which are 1d4 plus 4. So basically, our potions of healing are each 1d4 plus 4. Scroll of Cure Wounds is 2d8 plus 3. Healing Word is also 1d4 plus 4. And we could theoretically cast it at a 2nd level slot, but I'll ask that if we choose Healing Word. I'll do a quick poll about that. Save the scrolls and the potions. That's the Final Fantasy way too, right? For healing word, no. We have Song of Rest, might be what you're thinking about. Song of Rest basically means that you can use 1d6 extra hit points recovered during a short rest. But that's Song of Rest. That doesn't scale with healing word. Yeah. So healing word, scroll of cure wounds, potion of healing. I only have one vote so far. Healing word, scroll of cure wounds, potion of healing. Let's get a couple other votes in here, please. All right, last call. Last call. Okay, going once. Going twice. Okay, healing word it is. So, quick poll chat. Healing word at level 1, we have 3 first level spell slots left. Healing word at level 1 will restore 1d4 plus 4 points. If we cast it at level 2, it means that we will end up doing it at an additional 1d4. So it would be 2d4 plus 4. And we're down 17 points. So do you want to use healing word at level 1, that's 1d4 plus 4, or healing word at level 2, which would be 2d4 plus 4? In just a sec, I got to go run down. Actually, I better do that now. While you're finishing this vote, I'm just going to run down and check something quickly with my wife. Be right back. Choices were, first choice, if $ vote space 1 is if you want to use healing word at level 1, that's 1d4 plus 4 total points. Or if you want to use it using a second level spell slot, that's 2d4 plus 4. And we have 3 out of 4 first level spell slots, 3 out of 3 second level spell slots. We're down 17 points. So I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, chat. So let's see where we're at. Right. Okay. All right. So we are looking at 2d4 plus 4. So if Echo could, or whoever wants to, whoever's doing it, can roll 2d4 and then add 4 to that total. So 2d4 and then 1d4 twice. Add that together and then add 4 to that. That'll be the total of healing that we do here. And we're casting this using a 2nd level spell slot. So yes, 2d4 and then we'll add 4 total. D4 plus 4. Let's do it. Okay. 1 plus 4 equals 9. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so that brings us up to 25 and out of the orange danger zone. Okay, better, I think. I don't know if you want to go into that I mean, since you're probably going to have to fight 5 goblins next. No, I'm just kidding. I don't actually think it's that. Okay. So, we again find a curved staircase leading to the last level of the tower. And now ascend to the next level of the tower. I have to say, this is very funny. I have a feeling this is the one that we were supposed to do, quote, first. But we did the other harder stuff first, which is why I think this is... this has been a little, less eventful, perhaps, than we might have expected. Let's put it that way. All right, so it is the final floor, chat. The final countdown, if you wish. So here we go. Yeah, don't jinx it, is right. You face 3 manticores. No! Okay. Here we are. Welcome to the final floor. The final floor. The final encounter. You reach the top floor to find a bedroom. There is a bed with a chest at the foot, a table with a few chairs, and a bookshelf. A humble room, but a room nonetheless. What is odd is you do not find any being up here. No boss. Perhaps the girl misheard the goblins? As that thought crosses your mind, you hear a high-pitched yet guttural voice call out, "Leave now, or suffer the consequences. You are in the presence of Asagoth the Cruel. Bow and exit." So, chat, do we bow and exit, or do we not bow and exit? $ vote space 1 means we bow and exit. $ vote space 2 means we don't. Don't worry about the goblin behind the curtain. $ vote space 1 means we bow and exit. $ vote space 2 means we don't. Look at chat. Chat's just like, listen. Now, what happens if it's a, I don't know, like a... What if it's a freaking Rakshasa with a thyroid problem and it just has a really, what if it's a countertenor? What's going on, Prince Justin? No, certainly not. It's never a weird time for you to show up. Good to see you, Prince Justin. Hope all's well. And yes, we have currently been challenged by a voice from somewhere in the room. if we just don't want to obey or care. Well, that's fair enough. So $vote space 1 means we bow and exit, which is what this strange voice has demanded. $vote space 2 means we don't, and we stay. Thank you very much for the 49 months of support, Prince Justin at Tier 2. I really appreciate that. All right. Last call. Going once. Going twice. Oh, Geester is worried, right? Geester's like, wait a minute. Okay. We have elected not to bow and exit. The voice says, "Fine then. You have chosen your fate. You will now discover why they call me Azagoth the Cruel." And an attack immediately takes place. Now, I'm going to describe, first we're going to see whether it hits with this attack, and then I'm going to describe what it is, because whatever it is invisible, or at least it begins as invisible. So, let's see about this. You have chosen poorly. Okay. And it is going to hit. Okay. So we are... Ooh. Okay. So you suddenly feel this piercing sting in your side. Piercing sting in your side. And as you were hit by this, Echo, I will need you to make, please, a Constitution saving throw. So in this case, we're looking at, for this Constitution saving throw, you're going to be doing this at +2. So this is, you're going to roll 1d20, and we're going to add 2 to it for this Constitution saving throw. Because we have to see how much this poison damage affects us. $10. All right, 10 is not going to be enough. Well, guess what, chat? So here's what happened. So see, this is what occurred when we took... All right. We just took 7 piercing damage, and we took 12 poison damage. And emerging in front of us to bring us down, let us be clear, to 6 points out of 33. As we are like sort of staggering back, like sort of just like, this strange creature shimmers into view, having been invisible when it attacked, and is now no longer invisible. And I'm going to show you what it is. One second. So apparently, Azathoth the Cruel is this. This winged creature with this stinging tail that you can see behind it has just stung us and got in its attack. And now, chat, we are able to roll initiative against this thing, and we will have to move somewhat carefully since that first attack was kind of a doozy. So let's see what we can do to work against this. So again, here you're looking at rolling a d20 plus your dexterity, which is 3. So d20 plus 3, if you would, Echo. Yeah, he's a looker. 19. Hey, there we go. And the imp actually rolled pretty well, but not well enough. All right, chat. So that's good, actually, given the healing situation. All right. So here we go, chat. I'm going to put this up there. Let me come up with the... let me show you what options that we have here. Again, using these default Into the Unknown ones. So we can't cast Hold Person, but we could cast Shatter. All right, here, chat, is what we've got. We have got Attack. $ vote space 1 is Attack. 2 is Run. 3 is Vicious Mockery. 4 is Hideous Laughter. 5 is Thunderwave. 6 is Shatter. And 7 is Heal. Now, I understand that we're dealing with attacks, but I do want to point out that we are down to 6 hit points. So, given the first attack that we just had, I think there may be some other things to consider. An anonymous user has just gifted a tier 1 sub to Geester. Thank you, anonymous user. Whoever you are, thank you for your generosity. And Geester, welcome back to the Arvanauts with the emotes, at least, and things of that nature. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Anona person. Enjoy your green quill, Geester. Got that green quill going on? Alrighty. That thing let off with a no-joke attack. All right, last call, last call, last call. Okay. So, here we go. Now, I'm going to give the same options that I did previously. So, we can cast Healing Word, which we could do at first level. Healing Word at second level. Cure Wounds Scroll, and this may be a case where maybe the Cure Wounds Scroll might actually be a good idea, given our current healing state, or the Potion of Healing. Now, as a reminder, Healing Word at first level does 1d4 plus 4. Healing Word at second level does 2d4 plus 4 in healing, and then we would have 1 second level spell slot left. Our Cure Wounds Scroll does 2d8 plus 3. That's our most powerful bang for the buck healing item. And then our Potion of Healing, each of them does 1d4 plus 4. So those are the two choices. Those are the three choices. Sorry, the four, I can count. The 4 choices that we have. But since we're at 6 out of 33, I'd advise us to, you know, consider carefully this situation. And let this be a note, by the way, to DMs who are like, it's a level 4 character. Like, what's the big deal? Listen, if you have a few imps, again, that are all invisible and start invisible, and they all get a poison attack in at your level 3 or level 4 party, you can do a lot of damage to that party. Now, they do then turn visible and they can be attacked, but they can also fly. They're fairly dexterous, so they are not completely like whatever type of creatures. Last call, last call. Yep. That's right. And they have other things that I can't talk about yet, but, so. Oh, yeah, Echo? Yeah, actually, although I should say that since we are in combat of a rather serious kind, let me put a pause on Willow in the Light here. Let me put a pause on that. Let's go with... Okay, let's go with a little bit of combat music here. All right, Cure Wounds it is. So, Echo, if you could roll for me, please. 2d8 plus 3. So 2 8-sided dice, please, and then we will add 3 to that result. That will be the total amount of healing that is done. 2d8 plus 3. FF7 fight music. If I wasn't going to get my freaking music muted, I would do that. I would do that, Drew. 10. The 1's unfortunate, but the 6 is good. Okay, 10. So we are at still in the orange, but in a lot better shape than we were. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that scroll. Okay. Now All right, the scroll is gone, but we're in much better shape than we were. Okay, now the creature is going to come in. I think it's probably going to try to do the same thing that it did the first time, I believe. Yeah, I think it's going to try to do the same thing. Okay, that is going to barely miss. Just like we dodge underneath it, just barely miss. Now, chat, we need to think about what we're going to do to try to deal with this thing, because we need to take this thing down. Clearly, you need to take this thing down fast. So, our choices are, as you can see, as follows, with one exception, which is the shatter thing. So again, $ vote space 1 is attack, run is 2, vicious mockery is 3, Tasha's hideous laughter is 4, Thunderwave is 5, shatter is 6, and heal is 7. So these are all options. Yes, Thunderwave is a theoretical option on this thing, because Thunderwave does actually, it's a thing of force, so it's not just in the ground. Thunderwave could hit this thing. It is a little bit of a benefit that this is not a hugely tall room, so its ability to fly around you is not as big a deal, so... Oh, I see. Got some... This is a magical creature, too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. Okay. All right, last call, last call, last call. Going once, going twice. Okay, hideous laughter it is. So it needs to make a wisdom saving throw to resist this effect. And below and we have a 4. It is not going to do that. And so it falls to the ground and it's, nah! I'm going to destroy you. As a god, the cruel will not be. Just like roaring around and laughing. It is incapacitated, chat, which means attacks against it are going to get automatic advantage. It does not mean that you automatically hit it, but it's incapacitated, so it can't do anything, basically. However, when it takes damage, it will be able to make another wisdom saving throw to come out of its laughter. That said, at the moment, it's not in great shape. So I'm going to open up this poll again and ask, now that we've used that, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, we're down to 2 out of 4 spell slots. Do we wish to attack, $ vote space 1, run is 2, Vicious Mockery 3, Tasha's Hideous Laughter is 4, Thunderwave 5, Shatter 6, or Heal is 7? That's correct. Yep, attack is advantage against it. Every time it takes damage, it will get a save. Technically, this lasts up to a minute. It's concentration, so we maintain concentration on it. But otherwise, it lasts up to a minute. But every time it takes damage, it can then basically make a saving throw to get out of it. Ah, good call. The +1 longsword against this magical creature. Okay, Echo. Bum-ba-ba-dum, 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 bum-ba-ba-dum. All right, last call, last call. Last call on this. Yeah, that opening salvo was no joke. And okay. So now, yes, it sounds like actually to give Echo a little more time to get back from the bio break, chat. I will ask, should we use the rapier or the longsword? The longsword is +1. It is a magical weapon. The rapier is not. The longsword is not as effective. The longsword is not as, we don't have as much of a 2-hit chance, but you're going to get advantage on this roll automatically because the imp is incapacitated and prone. So you'll get automatically advantage on this roll. And it is a magical weapon, and the rapier is non-magical. So magical longsword is $ vote space 1. Non-magical rapier is $ vote space 2. So let's go ahead and get that vote in so that, yeah. And actually, well, the other option is that you could back up and fire at it with your bow, which is automatically which is a magical weapon. The problem is that since it's prone, you're going to get disadvantage on hitting a prone creature with a ranged weapon. So it probably doesn't make sense to add that when you could just do the longsword. So, okay, this I just added this extra vote to give you a little more time, Echo. This is just whether to use the magical longsword or the non-magical rapier, because this is a magical creature. So chat seems to be in favor of the magical longsword. So, and it looks like we're going with that. So going once, going twice. So $ vote space 1 is magical longsword. $ vote space 2 is the rapier. Okay. All right, so there it is. The attack is going to be done with the longsword. So for this one, we're doing this advantage because it's incapacitated and prone. So you're going to be rolling 1d20, and you're going to be adding your strength plus proficiency, which will work out to proficiency should be +2, strength is 0. So it's 1d20 +2, and you're going to do this twice, Echo. So 1d20 +2 twice, because we're doing this at advantage. Oh, and the +1 for the magical. That's right. You're right. I forgot about that. So it's that's right. So it would be +1. So it'd be 3. 1d20 +3. You're right. I forgot about that. It's +1. So 1d20 +3 twice. We'll take the higher result. Yeah, good call, Wispy. Hey, that 19's looking pretty good. Okay, so now you get to roll damage, which is going to be 1d8 +1. 1d8 +1. Yep. So 1d8 +1, please. Six. Okay. That does not kill it, but it is badly hurt. And we're going to see whether it makes its wisdom saving throw to come out of the laughter business. Okay, so forgot to add this guy. Okay, so There we go. Okay. Lovely. So, now it's going to try to make its wisdom save. Let's see if it can do it. Can it do it? It cannot. It is still thinks that everything is hilarious. Everything is super funny. So as it is still incapacitated and prone, chat, now I'm going to ask the same question, which is $ vote space 1, we attack again. $ vote space 2, we do something different. So $ vote space 1, we attack again. $ vote space 2, do something different. Yeah, it's just laughing at, like, you know, the concept of the original D&D movie being any good, you know, or like, or Redfall being a game that was prepared for release. Jokes like that. Know what I'm saying? All right. Crappy release, crappy game. Yep. Amen to that. Boy, what a black mark for Arcane. I guess the answer is don't make a studio do something that's not its thing. If you want awesome single-player experiences, Dishonored, Deathloop, Prey, that's what you go to Arcane for. If you want multiplayer looter shooters, you go to freaking Bungie or, you know, something like that. Okay. There we go. So, the attack will happen. So, once again, Echo, this is going to be 1d20 plus 3 twice. 1d20 plus 3 twice. We'll take the higher of the two results. This Tasha's hideous laughter is coming in clutch. Coming in clutch. $16 plus 3 and 10 plus 3. Well, let's take that 16 plus 3. So again, 1d8 plus 1. Please, 1d8 plus 1 to this creature. This creature of doom. 1d8 plus 1. Two plus 1. That is not quite enough. It is exceedingly hurt. It is teetering on the edge of destruction, but it is not quite dead. And so that is going to lead us to. Actually, wait. Let me double check something here. Just want to double check something quickly. Okay. Okay, it does not work on saving throw. I was wondering about whether the cutting words... Will the creature snap out of it? Let's find out. I was wondering if cutting words would do anything, but it doesn't affect... cutting words does not have an effect on a saving throw. So, let's see. Is it going to come out of it? No, it's not. It still thinks, with its roll of 4, that everything is really freaking hilarious. So, one last time. Second verse, same as the first, chat. Let's do this part quickly. $ vote space 1, attack. $ vote space 2, do not attack. No. Although just about as effective with some of these game releases. So $ vote space 1 is attack. $ vote space 2 is not. Going once. Going twice. The combat music has actually come to an end. Okay. So once again, echo D20 plus 3 twice, please. D20 plus 3 twice. Well, his worry is if it does snap out of it, it's going to be rough. That's the theory. But however, the 16 plus 3, the 19, is pretty safe. All right, Echo, you know the drill. So 1d8 plus 1, please, for this damage. Who trained us? Fortunately, it only had a single hit point left. You'll be happy to know. So you pierce it through its wing. It kind of, staggers and you will pay for your insolence. And it lands on the ground. And now I'm just telling you all, chat, that this is not me saying this joke. In the actual book, the text that it says to read is, as a goth or as a gon, easy enough for a devil. As a gon. Woo! All right. It's that's a classic forehead moment if I ever heard one. Yeah, that was Okay. So now, chat, the question is, do we heal, search the room, or depart? Because there seems to be nothing else in the tower. This is all that there is. So do we heal, do we search the room, or do we depart, chat? Total as now. So $ vote space 1 is heal. $ vote space 2. Yeah, the body is also part of that. There's really nothing on the body though, Wispy, that you can see. I mean, the imp is just sort of right there. I mean, unless you want to do certain unmentionable like cavity search things to the imp, but otherwise you don't. There's nothing on its body that you could see. So $ vote space 1 is heal. $ vote space 2 is search. $ vote space 3 is depart. Imp wing, imp horn, imp hooves. Yeah, suddenly this is Monster Hunter, is what this actually is. All right, last call. Oh, back to my Willow in the Light now that we're in there. That's why I always use 2 bags of holding. Yep. All right, so we are going to heal. So, very simple question on this one, chat, which is healing word level 1. Healing word level 2. Potion of healing. Or short rest. Which would be hit dice plus Song of Rest. So what do you think, chat? Healing word at level 1. Healing word at level 2. I've talked about that already. 1d4 plus 4 is level 1. 2d4 plus 4 is level 2. Potion of healing is 1d4 plus 4 for each potion. And the short rest would allow us to use hit dice and then do the Song of Rest on top of it. Okay. Going once. Chat seems to be pretty clear on this point. Going twice. Okay. Short rest it is. So, what I would like for this, please, is... Hang on a second. Okay. So, I would like you, please, to roll for me, Echo. You have 4 hit dice available. So, right now, you are down... let's see. How many are you down? What are we at? 16? 15? 16? We are at 16 out of 33. So you can do these one at a time. So Echo, go ahead. I'll just ask chat each time which we're using. 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 2. 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 2. And you're going to use one of your bardic inspirations, unless anyone has an objection, to use this Song of Rest. So 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 2, and then chat can decide if it wants to use another hit die after that. Use the imp as a pillow. But it does have a chair. That's funny. No, I had not seen that. So 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 2. And there is a bed here. These are true facts. It is, in fact, the reality. Yep. Okay. So it's 1d8 plus 2. Right, so that's 7. And actually the d6 is not plus 2. It's just 1d8 plus 1d6 total plus 2. So that is 7 plus 4 is 11. So 11 points. Okay. So now the question is, chat. 7. Now the question is, do you want to use one more hit die? You have 4 hit dice. So do you want to use another hit die? And that would be another 1d8 plus 2. So just a quick $ vote. $ vote space 1. Use a hit die. So that's 1d8. And you'll add plus 2. Or $ vote space 2 is don't use another one. Yeah, that d6 is just a plain d6. It's the d8 plus 2, and then the 1d6 is just additional. So that's why I said 1d8 plus 1d6. You add all that up, and then just plus 2. That's all. But no harm, no foul. Okay. Should have made it like that to begin with. All right, last call, going once, going twice. Okay. So that means we are going to use one more. So this one, no 1d6 echo, just 1d8 plus 2. So just a 1d8 add 2, and that'll be the final total of hit points. And you'll be down to 2 out of 4 hit dice. 1d8 plus 2. Oh no. 1 plus 2. Okay, that's fine. That's 30 out of 33. I assume everyone is okay pretty much with that. Okay, good stuff. So now, chat, very simple question. $ vote space 1 means you search the room. $ vote space 2 means you leave. I expect this will be a very quick and easy vote. $ vote space 1 is search the room. $ vote space 2 is... Yeah, I had a feeling this was not going to be difficult. What's up, Cryo75? Welcome in. All right. Okay. So, time to search the room. Let's see what we find. You search the room to find that the mighty Azagoth had a unique item in his chest. His literal body. You have to rip open his chest. No, I'm just kidding. So, in the actual chest at the foot of his bed. Before we get there, though, you find 34 gold and 54 silver. And don't forget, Chad, you're going to have to give some of this up because of your ring of requirement that requires you to give a tithe of 10% of your gold that you found. So I'll add up all of that for you when we get there. And 54 silver. But you also have this item. And let me tell you what it is, because it's a new item. So you find yourself facing what looks like, and the way I would describe this is, it looks like at first as you look at it, it looks like a dagger. And then as you look at the dagger lying at the bottom of the chest, it seems to morph and shift, and it lengthens, and it changes from a dagger into a longsword. And then as you watch again, it changes from a longsword to a flail. And then as you're still watching, it changes from a flail into a bow, and then from a bow into a mace, and then from a mace into a warhammer, and from a warhammer into a spear, and from a spear into, and you get the idea. Weapon after weapon after weapon, this thing is morphing into as you look at it at the bottom of this chest. So, the question is, what do you want to do with this thing? It's just literally, on the bottom of the, it's on the bottom of the thing, on the bottom of the chest, as it morphs back and forth with these things. So, the question is, chat, $vote space 1, do we pick up the weapon? Or $vote space 2, do we leave it as it is? Dagger, sword, mace, warhammer, spear, scythe, trident, flail, shamisen. Rapier. Yep. Changes into that too. Foil. Epee. Kukuri. No, that's trademarked by me. Yes, kukri. All right, last call. Going what? Not a howitzer. No, it does not. It does not turn into a howitzer. It does not turn into a holy longsword or rod of lordly might. Doesn't turn into one of those. A Vorpal Avenger, I don't think I know the Pocket Myriad. Do you remember? You don't remember which book that is, Prince Justin? Because I don't think I remember that one. I thought I knew all the Steve Jackson stuff, but again, I'm not up to book 30 yet, I guess, so we're on 29 right now with Midnight Rogue. It's a Glaive Gizarm. Oh, really? A Bec de Corbin. All right. So we're going to pick up the weapon, and when you do, it sort of shimmers and stays in between in your hand, sort of in between forms. Now, mechanically, chat, I will tell you what this thing does. First of all, you need to be attuned to this weapon, but you'll need to be able to do it by the next time. So this Weapon of Wonder is a +1 weapon. However, if the user is attuned and holding the weapon, they may transform it into any weapon they would like. Longsword, spear, longbow, rapier, epee, foil, trident, guisarme, bec de Corbin, etc., etc. So you can turn it into whatever, including a rapier, and a +1 rapier would be real nice to replace the one that we already have. Not only that, chat, if you roll a natural 20 to hit, if we roll a natural 20 to hit, there is a 1% chance that your target will turn into a chicken for eternity. Not even a wish spell can reverse this curse. 1% chance that your target turns into a chicken. Eternal chicken. A chicken that goes, bah! Weapon of Wonder, baby. That's a new item for this adventure. So we're just going to put that bad boy up there. +1 turn into any weapon choice on natural 21% chance target is chicken. You're stranded on the island. If you cut off the eternal chicken's wing, does it grow back? It's a good question. Are you saying it would give you automatic food all the time? Now who's going into dark mode? So, the impressive folks. So, you have successfully cleared Eastwatch, and you return first to Mistwood to inform the village of your triumph. I believe that I have the image. That's gone, and that's gone. Remove that. Let me remove that. What is that? Oh. So you return. That's what I was looking for. Eleronist chicken. Exactly. Bag the... I mean, you could certainly do that. You could try to bag the bits of the imp if you wish. I will tell you that when you inform the village of your triumph, the little girl who informs you her name is Cecilia is proud to hear that her knowledge helped you successfully complete the quest. So a couple of notes. If you ever need to rest at Mistwood or need somewhere to store your belongings, the Unctuous Unicorn is open to you. Also, if you have recovered the Ring of Requirement, and we do have this, you may opt to have your donations go towards Cecilia's family fund to send her to Farador Keep. So if you want to basically recruit Cecilia, you could have your donations go towards Cecilia's family fund. Now, I will tell you, in case you're curious about those donations, when you return to Alfie with the good news, he's happy for you but not at all surprised that you handled the quest with such diligence and haste, and he rewards you with 100 gold pieces. Now, if I add that all up, that means you have 134 gold, 144... 149, 161. So 161 gold. So you have to basically send 16 gold back. So I'm going to deduct 16 gold from your total. But the question that I have, chat, is, do you want to give it to Cecilia's family fund? Has to go to charity somewhere. 274, so that's 258, right? So, what do you say, chat? Are you in favor of? And I guess I can open up a poll for this, or just let me know in chat. I mean, I guess. Well, here, I'll open this up quickly. Yeah, here we go. $ vote space 1. Vote to donate to Cecilia's fund because of the Ring of Requirement. $ vote space 2. Don't do that. Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily. Well, Cecilia, I'm down on my knees. I'm begging you please to come home. Oh. All right. Looks like chat is in favor of this. I'm going to last call this. All right, so we're donating to Cecilia. Excellent. All right, good stuff. So now we have successfully cleared Eastwatch, which means it's now back up to the main storyline. And before the main storyline starts, we've done all the side quests. So before we go there, just a couple of quick notes here, which is, so we are still sitting at level 4. We got that Weapon of Wonder. We got some cool stuff, I think, out of all these events. But you'll be happy to know that we are A, able to spend our time attuning to this device. B, we're back up to 33 hit points and our full hit dice. And C, that we have got our spell slots back. And we do not get, however, another potion of healing. So we have 3 potions of healing. We have our healing word with these various spell slots that you see here. We have our bardic inspiration is returned. So we're back to full on that. So we are ready to go as we head on to the grand finale. Now, the grand finale is, remember, the culmination of all these events that we had before. We received all of these extra things, and so the chance has now come. We've done the 3 side quests. So it is now time to deal with Erinar. Now remember that Erinar is this necromancer, but who has been doing things, has been practicing dark arts far beyond the bounds of necromancy. And from what we can tell, this is our big bad, the guy that we have to deal with. So now that we've gotten all of these things, gotten some powers and so on, we can now deal with this Erinar guy. So one last time, it says, you depart to save the realm. If Erinar has been practicing dark magic in secret for this many years, you wonder what he has up his sleeve. Regardless of what power he holds, you have gotten yourself to this point today. That is more than enough to prove yourself worthy of facing such an opponent. You head east to where Stormview Manor is marked on your map. You must depart from the normal and safe roads to a back path through the forest. Stormview Manor has not been occupied for many, many years. Well, at least that's what you all thought. After traveling through the thicket, crawling through the thicket, you see a massive manor in a large clearing. You have arrived. And I have a picture of this, chat, which I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this picture. All right, that's saved. So let me show you this picture of what you're looking at. This delightfully named Stormview Manor. Oh. Okay. Well, that was a little faster than I meant it to, but it works. There it is, chat. Stormview Manor. Looks like a very pleasant place, right? Totally safe. No problems. Yes, that is a good call, actually. Spooky music is a good call. I agree. All right, hang on a second. Let me find that. Let's see what I can find. Ooh, I wonder if... This might do it. This might do it. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Nope. How about this? This is called the House of Leaves. Yeah, okay, too much with that. No, anxiety, no. How about this one? There we go. All right. Thunder Dreams. Now you see the violins inherent in the system. It's the resort destination spot of the season, exactly. Okay, it's where everyone wants to go. Right. As you approach the manor, darkness looms. The bright sunny sky of summer in Farador is cast away by dark storm clouds. When you are within a few feet of the front gate, a slight trickle begins. A few more feet and the wind picks up, causing the squeaking gate to swing back and forth as you pass. The trickle quickly turns into a downpour as you find yourself at Stormview Manor. Ahead of you, up the path, is the front door. The front yard has not been maintained for a very, very long time. The grass is yellow, and vines cover the windows and brick walls. Rubble broken off from the house lies before the structure. The yard wraps around the house and into what must be a backyard. You have a decision to make. Okay, chat. So the question is, do we enter the front door, Or do we walk around to the backyard? So $ vote space 1 as we go in the front door. $ vote space 2 means walk around to the backyard. Kicking the door, waving the 4-4. All you heard is, Papa, don't hit me no more. Poison the guy's food and wait a few days for the screaming to stop, basically. Yeah, I could see that. All right, last call, everybody. $ vote space 1 to go in the front door. $ vote space 2 to go around the back. I was thinking a little bit of Luigi's Haunted Mansion, yeah. It did cross my mind. All right, going once. Going twice. Okay. The back door it is. Okay. Interesting. Let me see if I can find... No, wait a second, because there's like a... Like, might be a little map thing here, too. Give me a second. Hold on. Right. Okay. So... Oh, I went to the wrong place. Hold on. Sorry. I went to the wrong spot to find you what you need. Okay, right. There was one. I thought there was. I was like, where is the map part? Okay. So I do have a map for this. Okay. Here we go, chat. Let's reduce this and move this up here so we can all know what we're dealing with. And... Oh, that was... Okay, yes. Let's remove that now. Okay. So, we put this into studio mode. Okay. Right. There we go. Now, a couple of notable things, chat. First of all, This is the garden, but there is something else too. I like showing off this art when we have it, so that's why. But I don't want to do all of the art all the time unless I know where everyone's going to go, so... Okay. So you also see this. There we go. You walk around the manor and find yourself in a garden. The garden does not match the rundown aesthetic of the manor or the yards surrounding it. There should be no life, no color. However, you find the opposite. Colorful flowers of different types make up perfectly maintained flower beds. A pristine flowing fountain of a three-headed dog runs smoothly. And as you stand within the garden, a bolt of lightning strikes the ground in front of you. All right. I need you, for me, please, Echo, to make a dexterity saving throw. So we're going to go D20, and we're going to add 3 to it. So D20 plus 3. D20 plus 3. The element of surprise has been eliminated. 6 plus 3. That is not going to be enough. So, we take 8 points of lightning damage. Ouch. 8 points of lightning damage. Having survived the blast, aside from that initial shock, you take a look around the garden. I don't mean like search it. I mean you like from where you are. And you see a note lying on the side of the fountain. The note reads, "Kept by the mother, overseen by the father." As you read the note, the storm clouds disappear and the mid-afternoon sun reveals itself. So let me make that note down there. And this is Stormview. It says Stormview note number 3. Kept by the mother. Overseen by the father. That's what Stormview note number 3 says. Just as you feel safe within this refuge, 4 twig creatures pop out of the ground and attack. Now, these are not things which are normally found. These are creatures you have never heard of before. And they are basically these small, like the size of kind of a medium-sized dog, creatures that make a of the twigs in their bodies rolling against each other, sort of scratching, or I should say scraping against each other. And in the sort of bundle of twigs that make up its head, you see these staring red eyes, these just red eyes, almost like lights that clearly serve as eyes. And so what I would like, please, is for you to roll initiative for me, please, Echo. And this is D20 plus 3 that I would like you to roll. Different, although I do think there are some similarities, but no, this is different. I'll tell you what the name of this is afterwards, actually. Even though I normally wouldn't do that, but I will this time. Yes, a roll was requested. D20 plus 3 for the initiative roll. against these creatures, Echo? I guess I'll tell you now. These creatures are called Brushwood Terrors. Brushwood Terrors. And incidentally, chat, I'm assuming that we're using, unless you tell me different, I'm assuming that you're using the Weapon of Wonder as a +1 rapier, basically. I'm guessing that's what we're using, but correct me if I'm wrong. But that's what I'm guessing is the case. Can we offhand the torch? Not very easily. We're not really proficient in dual wielding. First, it would need to be lit. Secondly, we need to be proficient in it. We're not. So we'd be doing that at a disadvantage. Okay, we do have initiative on these things. Now, they are small, and they seem to have these like stick-like, twig-like claws out of the rest of their body as they come towards us this way. They are standing actually about a little taller than I thought. Sorry, I said medium dog, about 3 feet tall. But they look like an amalgamation of branch, grass, root, and twigs in humanoid form. Kind of like a bush plant thing that is attacking it. Cannot use it as a Vorpal sword. No, sorry. You can make it into any +1 weapon you want, except for not something with also Vorpal weapons. So, with all of that said, I'm going to load our options for this thing. And all of that is going to be the same except for... no, not Thunderwave. Sorry. That is one of the options. But Hold Person is not going to work on this guy because it's not a person. So... we could attack, we could run, we could cast Vicious Mockery, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Thunderwave, Shatter, or Heal. We could do any of those things. You could do any of those things. Oop, hold on. Yeah, now the tactical situation, chat, is that we've got 4 of these things that are ahead of us, or that are next to us in this garden. So that's the tactical circumstance that we're facing. Okay, so right now we have a tie, and we need to untie this tie, chat. So we've got 1 vote for attack, 1 vote for cast Thunderwave. So we could attack. $sign vote space 1 is attack. 2 is run. 3 is Vicious Mockery. 4 is Tasha's Hideous Laughter is 5. Thunderwave is 6. Shatter is... oh, sorry. Yeah, 1 is attack, 2 run, 3 Mockery, 4 Tasha's, 5 Thunderwave, 6 Shatter, or 7 Heal. For some reason, every time I see Thunderwave, I just keep thinking of the Bruce Springsteen song Thunder Road. I do this all the time. Whoa, 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 Thunderwave. I have no idea why. Not sure why that particular Springsteen song. I mean, I understand Thunder Road, Thunderwave, but still. Don't know why that particular one comes to mind. AC/DC Thunderstruck, yeah. I can see that. Get a new song. You better be careful. I'll start pulling out Thunder lyrics. Elton John, you know. I guess that's why they call it blues. Rolling like thunder wave under the covers. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. D&D, tabletop RPG. All right, going once. Going twice. All right. Thunderwave it is. Okay, so with the power of Thunderwave compelling you, they will need to make here a Constitution saving throw. We will see how much damage they take, what they actually do. Okay, there's 4 of them. Let's take a look at their... Whoops. Okay, let's see how they do. Very funny, very funny. Brian Johnson would be better for Thunderwave. I hear you, I hear you. First one does not. The second one definitely does not. The third one critically succeeds. And the fourth one is also going to succeed. All right, so that means that they are going to be hit by a certain amount of damage. So if you could roll for me, please, 2d8, just regular 8-sided dice, Echo. 2d8. And welcome in, Dragonspear. 2d8. We're going to add them together, and you're going to see how much damage we do to these things. The 2 that's saved will take half damage from this attack. So 2d8. While we're in the process of doing this, I'm also going to remove one of our spell slots. 5 plus 7. That is good stuff. Okay. So we'll talk about that in just a moment. We have used one of our spell slots. Okay. So 2 of them are immediately destroyed. The ones that did not make their save. The ones that did make their save look quite badly hurt. Like sort of, you know, little wood bits falling off of them and leaves falling off of them. They do not look like they are in good shape. And they come ravening in on you, these 2, to try to attack with their claws. And they're going to attack you one each. That is a 13 and a 7, and neither one of those is going to hit. Okay, that brings us up to the top of the round. Brushwood Terror. That brings us up to the top of the round, chat. And now we are capable of attacking again against these creatures. As I said, there are 2 of them left, and they're both badly hurt. So, do you wish to... $sign vote space 1 attack, 2 run, 3 vicious mockery, 4 hideous laughter, 5 thunderwave, 6 shatter, or 7 heal. And there are 2 injured ones left. Hey, Shadowed. You're currently fighting a couple of creatures called Brushwood Terrors outside Stormview Manor, which is the home of the big boss, the final boss. All of the above. So $sign vote space 1 is attack, 2 is run, 3 is vicious mockery, 4 is hideous laughter, 5 is thunderwave, 6 is shatter, 7 is heal. So please get your votes in, chat. Oh, that's good, Shadow. I'm glad you're feeling a bit better. I was actually going to ask about that, whether you had managed to make some, whether you're feeling any better than last night, where it was kind of a rough one, I know. So get your votes in, chat. Get your votes in. I'm going to last call this. We have 2 votes for attack. Thank you for the vote. Will work for cheese. Listen, will work for cheese. I'm with you on that, okay? I would also work for cheese. Cheese is excellent. I can't have as much as I used to back in the day, but do like me some cheese. Thunder Kiss 65 was the song you were trying to think of. It wasn't fast enough. Who did Thunder Kiss 65? I don't think I know that one. Cheese is very solid. White Zombie. Wow. White Zombie. Of course they have a song called Thunder Kiss 65. That's amazing. All right, we are going to attack. So we're going to attack with our Weapon of Wonder, which is pretty cool. Shadowed and Dragon Spear, since you just came in. This Weapon of Wonder we just got off the last side quest. It is a +1 weapon, and it turns into any weapon that we choose as a +1 weapon. It can't be better than +1, but it could be like a +1 spear, +1 bow, a +1 sword, whatever. And on a natural 20, on a critical hit of a, not a critical hit, but a nat 20, there's a 1% chance that we permanently turn our target that we've hit into a chicken. Even a wish cannot reverse this curse. So it's all about that. So yes, so D20 plus, and you're doing it as a rapier +1 right now. So that's 3, 2 is 5, +1 is 6. So D20 plus 6, if you would please, Echo. D20 plus 6. Sounds like cheating. Sounds like cheesing, you mean. Right. That's it. No, 0, 1, I think, would be target becomes permanently chicken. But yes. So yes, Echo, if we could get a D20 plus, what did I say, 6 for this attack on one of these brushwood terrors. 22. That will definitely hit. Okay, so now we can roll damage, which is 1d8 plus 1. And it's actually, sorry, 1d8 plus 1 plus the dexterity. So 1d8 plus 4 damage. So 1d8 plus 4. Yeah, exactly, Shadowed. 1d8 plus 4. To see how much damage you do to this thing. 1d8 plus 4. Sound like real monsters. You know... I don't know. I feel like you don't know jack about these weapons. Know what I'm saying? You better Limburger yourself up for this attack. Because your attack's going to be all too brief. Max damage. Woot! Max damage. So 1d8, so 12. Okay, you just annihilate this thing, which is not easy to do with a rapier, but you just like pierce directly through. Gouda grief. These puns make me blue. Gouda grief. Aw, yeah. I was about to say Swiss it up, but you know. Stilton, that's a good one. That's a quality one. Some real high cheddar there for that. It's a little bit of a baseball reference, maybe a bit of a stretch. Okay, so that means there is only one left. That one comes in and is going to hit with a 22. And it is going to do, as it slashes away with its claws. Ugh. 8 points of damage. Slashing damage. We're still above half, but this thing did some stuff. It is very hurt, though. So, again, chat, do we attack, run, mockery, laughter, thunderwave, shatter, or heal? This thing looks extremely hurt, and it's the last one. $sign vote space 1 for attack, 2 for run, 3 for mockery, 4 for hideous laughter, 5 for thunderwave, 6 for shatter, and 7 for heal. Ooh, that's a good one. Getting Paneer defeating this thing. Thunderclap. Not really feeling... This music is fine, but it's a little too... Well, it's a little more than that. How about this? No. Okay, that's better, I think. Okay, last call. Yeah, it's not very fighty. Sarah provides some cheddar music. I thought of that, but I figured we're so close to the end of this fight. I have never heard of Beast in Black. All right, we're going to attack away. So, again, this is going to be D20 plus 6, Echo. D20 plus 6. I don't love that either. This feels more like it. 16 plus 6 is absolutely a hit. So 1d8 again plus 4. 1d8 plus 4, if you would, Echo. For the damage to this very already hurt Brushwood Terror. Max again. Wow, we just annihilated these two. Nice. Okay. This thing goes down in a heap of sticks. It is kindling now. You vigorously fight off the tiny monstrosities and look around to see that the garden is no longer in its perfect original form. The garden, of course, has been disturbed from both battle and the lightning strike, but it is odd how well kept it is compared to the rest of the house. Now, you can see that door before you, chat. The question is, we have a couple of options, I guess. $ vote space 1 means, well, we'll have 3 choices, so let me put it there. We can heal. We can heal, we can enter the back door, or we can go back around and enter the front door. So what would you like to do? $ vote space 1, heal. 2 is enter the back door. 3 is go back around and enter the front door. And that was pretty sweet, that fight. Let's keep those max rolls up when we go up against bosses too, Echo, as well. We're going to make Swiss cheese out of the next one, you know what I'm saying? I heard a great... I was thinking about how that wasn't really a poll. It was just sort of like... wasn't really a pun, rather. It was just sort of like stating a reality, like stating a fact that, you know, Swiss cheese, making holes in it like Swiss cheese. And it reminded me of this thing. I was watching this this sporting thing talking about trash talk, this basketball trash talk that during one of the playoff games that somebody did. And the guy's comment was like, you know, and then there's this thing that's a trash talk. And I mean, that's not even trash talk. It's not even like fake stuff designed to get in your head. It's just truth. It's just designed to just tell you a fact, you know, an evidence of that should be in front of you already. He's like, it's just, you know, journalism on the court. I thought that was a really great line. It's just committing journalism on the court is essentially what that trash talk was. It's very funny. Finnish band, 80s synth arena rock meets heavy power metal. Compare the manner of Think Like Europe or Journey meets Judas Priest. Wow. So it's the final countdown, but like really heavy. And double bass. Anyway, I get to go see them in September. Nice, Shadow. That's awesome. So, heal, chat. Do we enter the back door, which is where we are, or go back around and enter the front door? $ vote space 1 is heal. 2 is the back door. 3 is go back around and enter the front door. Shoutouts, by the way, to the way this PDF is done. The way that the guy arranged it is very smart because it means that all of the images are separately copyable and then usable in the way that we're doing them, and that makes it much easier to be able to reveal some of these things when we need to do it, which is really cool. And, I love our overlays, and in fact, I'm going to be asking Shadowed to do another splash screen thing, hopefully, if Shadowed is willing to do this. We spoke about this in general terms before for ArvCon, but I do like sometimes this minimalist setup. Like, I have to say, I really enjoy this, like, once in a while, just having this stuff, like, I think it looks good the way it's laid out. It's very theater of the mind type of stuff. Yes, I guess I could say that. I'll depending on what you choose to do, I will ask that as a secondary question. Thank you, Wispy. It's a good call. Okay. I'm a minimalist. Right. That could very well be Echo, yeah. Okay. All right. So, enter the back door. Before we do that, chat, do you want to drink from the fountain? $ vote space 1 is drink from the fountain. $ vote space 2 is just move on to the back door. So, $ vote space 1 is fountain, 2 is the back door. Okay, $ vote space 1 is fountain, 2 is the back door. Okay, last call. Spicy tomatoes. That's terrifying. Tomatoes aren't bad enough. All right. So, when you drink from the fountain, you drink deeply, chat. And as the water trickles down your throat, you realize suddenly, as the water drips down, that it's just normal water. Doesn't really do anything. It's fine. We were ever really worried? It's fine. The water seems to have no effect upon you. See, it's fine. Good times. Okay. Hydration is important. No, I mean, no question about that. Okay, so all right. So when you enter the back door, this is what you see. There we are. You walk through the back door of the manor and find yourself in a long hallway. It extends east and west to an intersection and a chamber. So, do you wish to go down the hallway to the west, or down the hallway to the east? Hallway to the west, chat, is $vote space 1. $vote space 1 is west. $vote space 2 is east. $vote space 1 is west. 2 is east. Well, okay. I'll have you. Let me have you do that first. Actually, that's not. Since you asked, Geester, I'll just do that before you answer the west or east. Echo, if I could have you please make an investigation check for me. So, what I'm going to ask you to do is if you could please roll a d20, and we're going to add our intelligence to that. Actually, let me just double check and see whether we have expertise. I don't think we do in that one. Perception, but not investigation. Oh, we do have investigation, so 2 times proficiency. Okay, so 1d20 plus intelligence is 1, plus 2 times proficiency. Proficiency right now is 2, so 5. So d20 plus 5. D20 plus 5 for an investigation check for me, please. And I will. That is a good question, which I will answer. It looks like, there is an intersection. It looks like you can actually see from where you are, that there is a. There really are 2 intersections, one to the east, one to the west. But beyond them, you can see what looks like a small room to the east, and then you can see what looks like a set of crates and barrels in a room to the west. So to the east, you have an intersection, and beyond that, a small room. And to the west, you see an intersection, and beyond that, a room with like crates and barrels in it. Okay. And you do not find any secret doors. I am sorry to inform you. So now that I know that, now I can open up this poll. So 1d20. No, not 1d20. Don't make any rolls. Sorry, that's ridiculous. So don't do that. So $vote space 1 means you go west towards the intersection, and beyond that, the room with the crates and barrels. To the east is an intersection and another room. You can't really see much in that other room. So $vote space 1 is west towards the barrels. $vote space 2 is the east towards the room, intersection and the room. My bad. I thought I opened that already. Beg your pardon. Sorry. I thought I already had the poll open. I apologize. So $vote space 1 is west. $vote space 2 is east. Barrels is west. $vote space 1 is west to the barrels. $vote space 2 is east to a room that does not appear to have barrels. You might actually see a flash of maybe purple as you look down towards the east. Possibly. The bad guys are always on the right. Is that true? Well, yes, the right does seem to have that problem. All right, last call. Going once. Going twice. Okay. To the west it is. All right. When you head to the west, you see the following. Okay. I will put this in so you can see this right here. My handy dandy studio mode. Okay. Here's what you see, chat. You come across an intersection within the manor, and you have some options. To the west, you can see that there is that room with the barrels, like straight down there. Or you can go south down the corridor, so the corridor that turns there to the south. And I will tell you that from where you are, you can see that that corridor basically leads to another intersection. You can't see anything other than there's just another intersection to the south. Or, of course, you could go back east. So, $ vote space. Don't vote yet because I got to put the poll together, but hold on a second. I'm just basically saying this out loud so I remember. There we go. Okay. So, the vote is as follows. Okay. Head west towards the barrels. That's option 1. Head south towards the other intersection. That's option 2. Or head back east towards the far intersection in the room. So $ and check barrels for cheese. That's fair enough. $ vote space 1 is head west towards the barrels. $ vote space 2 is head south towards the other intersection. $ vote space 3 is head back east towards the far intersection, the one that I told you about that you thought you maybe saw a little flash of purple and all that. There was an intersection, and then there was that room that was to the east. So you can head west toward the barrels, south towards the other intersection, or back east, basically in the direction you came from. Let's check out another song here. No. Nah. No. That's not bad. Let's go with that for a bit. Did you? I liked it for a little while. I don't know. It was kind of harshing my buzz, I think, a little bit. Okay, last call. Going once. Going twice. Nope, no roll was requested right now. Okay, so you're proceeding to the west. All right, and let me show you what you see. Okay. And this is... All right, let me studio mode this up. Okay. Here we are. This is the room with the barrels. You enter a room in complete disarray. There are ruined books covering the floor. Random plant life grows in the cracks and crevices. Bookshelves host plants and tomes, and vials are randomly strewn about. In all the clutter of the barrels and the crates and the books and the cracks and crevices in the bookshelves, you notice there is a desk with a single chair looking at a window at the northern end of the chamber, and a note is on top of the desk. So, we have several things that we could do. You could, for example, completely cheese-based user. Okay, so do you wish to investigate the room? Do you wish to Okay. Do you wish to investigate the room? That's $vote space 1. Head out of the chamber to the east. That's $vote space 2. Basically heading back in the direction you came from. Or head out of the chamber to the immediate intersection you come to and then turn south. So investigate is 1. Chamber to the east is 2. Intersection is 3. So that is the deal. And for those of you who are just coming in, thank you, everybody, for joining us today. It is good to see you all. I'm enjoying the turnout tonight. My name is Arvin Elrond. This is a show that focuses on story and narrative in games. We do a lot of Dungeons & Dragons here and a lot of role-playing games in general, not just D&D. And this is a D&D 5e based D&D with viewers game where chat actually gets to make the decisions. We are in the final, the grand finale, basically, of the campaign, which has been running since last year, actually, and which has had multiple levels. We started level 1, we're level 4 now. So we are in the grand finale trying to track down a terrible necromancer named Erenar, who lives somewhere here in this wonderfully hospitably named Stormview Manor. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel. Please support us by subbing or supporting the Patreon if you can. Please check out all the various things that we have here in the channel. Check out our Discord too, !Arvcord. And if you want to check out our YouTube channel where I have past broadcasts of this and many other streams, !Arvcord. And welcome on board. No, it's not normal D&D with viewers. Yeah, D&D with viewers usually is Dungeons & Dragons, literally like, you know, one-shots, basically, with some people who play with us as part of the mix, that are just picked up randomly, like a pickup game of D&D. So that is the case. But this is a sort of an unusual one because I backed this Kickstarter for this big solo D&D module by Pacesetter Games, and this has been a lot of fun, so... Okay, last call. And we're going to run, programming note, we will run for about another hour. We're going to stop at 12:30. So about an hour from now. Going once. Going twice. Okay. We are going to investigate the room. Okay. So, I would like you, please, Echo, to make a roll for this. So we're going to investigate the room. This is intelligence-based, but we get double proficiency. So that means +5 total. So D20 +5, and let's see whether we can find some things as we investigate this room. That's right. The Amazing Bard. My first game, your first game with me was on this channel. That's right. Okay. 6 + 5. These investigation checks have not been... Okay, so... Okay. So, you look deeper into the mess inside this chamber. There must be something of value in here. You take a couple of minutes to look around. However, midway through your search, you trip over a vine hidden under some ruined tomes, and a plant residing within the chamber goes and lets out a noxious gas. Please roll a Constitution saving throw. And this one, Echo, we're looking at +2. So 20 + 2 for this Constitution saving throw, please, Echo. Where's the option to crack open a window? A little too late. You took a lungful. That's right. I remember that. Hey, that's more like it. Okay. So, the good news is you are going to take less damage. The bad news is you're still going to take damage. Ugh. Wow. Oh, but it's okay. But right. But it's half as much. Okay. So you are going to take, I forgot about that. So you're going to take 6 points of poison damage. You're going to take 6 points of poison damage here. So you're down to 11. So we'll talk about the healing needs for this at some point. We made the blunder, but we are able to inspect the desk. And we do find on the desk another one of those notes. This note reads, "Vines from the mother, withered from the father." So this is labeled Stormview Note number 2. So we found Stormview Note number 3, which read, "Kept by the mother, overseen by the father." And Stormview Note number 2 reads, "Vines from the mother, withered from the father." So we found 2 notes so far. So, may have been a very important thing here to consider. Okay, so now that we have done that, our options are as follows. Because there seems to be nothing else of interest in the room besides what you've just seen. So, you could heal. That's one option. Second option is option 2 is head down the intersection to the south, back where you came from. And the third option is head down the hallways to the east to the far intersection. So, heal, that's option number 1. $ vote space 1 is heal. 2, $ vote space 2 is head down the intersection to the south. So this is where you leave the room and then go immediately south down that hallway that we talked about. And then option number 3 is head down the hallway to the east to the far intersection. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, we're going to last call this. Going once. Going twice. Okay. So, heal. So, here are our healing options, chat. We can use Healing Word at level 1. That's 1d4 plus 4, and one of our first level spell slots. We could go Healing Word at level 2, which is 2d4 plus 4, and which gives us, uses up our second out spell slot. We used one of our first level spell slots. We have all 3 of our second level spell slots. We could use a Potion of Healing, which is 1d4 plus 4. We have 3 of those. Or we could get a Short Rest, and we could add to that plus Song of Rest. That uses up one of our Bardic Inspiration dice, but that would give us, we could use hit dice, plus we could also add 1d6 because of our Song of Rest. So what would you like to do? Healing Word at level 1, $ vote space 1 for that. That's 1d4 plus 4. Healing Word at level 2 is $ vote space 2. That's 2d4 plus 4. $ vote space 3 is Potion of Healing. That is 1d4 plus 4. Or a Short Rest, which would be an hour. We would be resting and using our hit dice. And each of our hit dice is 1d8. We start with 4 of them. Once those hit dice are used up, then we're out of luck and we can't get any of those back until we do a long rest. And it's going to be hard. I'm going to warn you all. It's not impossible, but it's going to be hard to do a long rest inside the home of the big boss. So just keep that in mind. I'm seeing some votes here coming in for this short rest. But there is some thought about Healing Word, but still Short Rest and Song of Rest is coming in there. Song of Rest, again, we'll use one of our Bardic Inspiration dice out of 3, but it will give us an additional 1d6 of healing. And thank you for the follow, Will Work for Cheese. Yeah. And I mean, you're in a room with noxious plants. What a great place to short rest. Could also go outside and hang out with the brushwood terrors, or wait to be struck by lightning. What a lovely place. What a lovely place. Welcome to the Stormview Manor. Aw, thank you, Prince Justin. Prince Justin has gifted a tier 1 sub to Will Work for Cheese, or Will Sub for Cheese in this case. Thank you, Prince Justin, so much for your generosity. I appreciate that. Thank you. And welcome, Will Work for Cheese. Enjoy the emotes. That Arvany hype that Drew just used is one of the cool emotes we have. We have a number of good ones. Excellent ones, actually. And yeah, welcome to the Arvanaut community. Okay. So we're going to close this down. Short rest it is. Okay, chat. So we are going to use... so what I'd like you to do, we'll do this one at a time, Echo. So for this first one, so again, it's like we did the last time. 1d8 plus 1d6, and then we'll add 2 points to that. So 1d8 plus 1d6, and then we'll total those together, and we'll add 2 to that. Oh, okay, you want to take over? Yeah, because you're heading to bed? Okay. So then, if no one else wants it, well, you can hand this over to Drew. And thank you, Echo. Round of applause for Echo with a tremendous... work. Okay, Echo will get this done, but after this, we will let Echo pass things on to Drew. Okay, 5 plus 2. Is that a total of... Is that 1d8 plus 1d6 gave you 5? I just want to make sure, Echo. Is that right? 1d8 plus 1d6 gave you 5? d8 plus d6. Okay, cool. Right, so... there's my thing. Okay. So that is 7 points. So we're up to 18. Okay. And we've used one of those Bardic Inspirations. Okay, we're down to 3 hit dice. Now, question is, chat, do you want to heal again? Plus Song of Rest? So basically do what we just did again. Heal with only 1 hit die. Or stop healing. So what do you want to do, chat? Heal with 1 hit die plus Song of Rest. Heal with only 1 hit die or stop healing. I roll a d45 in this check. What's up, Rob? Darkside Rob, who is going to be in less than 3 weeks. I'm going to meet in person for the first time. Only took us a decade plus of living right next to each other for me to move and then for him to come. But no, I'm very excited. Rob is going to be joining us on stage at the Klein Memorial Auditorium as part of our big D&D kickoff event. For those of you who don't know, again, I am running a major charity convention. It's my 9th annual one of this to raise money for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. And this is the kickoff event happening at the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It will feature a live audience watching myself DM a group of 5 players, C.S.E. Cooney, Carlos Hernandez, Zach Clay, and Darkside Rob, right here, Robert Austin James on stage, joined by a high school student who we will be announcing early next week. We've already picked them, and they've got their character out they're working on and all that, but we will be announcing them next week, and they will be joining us to play through Night of the Forbidden Library. So if you want to see that, type in !Klein, and please go to that link, and you can get tickets for it. If you live in the tri-state area, in the New England area in Connecticut, in the United States rather, you can get tickets. $5 will get you in the door for Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. p.m. Eastern. Otherwise, if you don't live anywhere near there, you can still check it out by checking out an online stream. Again, $5, all to benefit Klein Memorial Auditorium and to benefit, of course, the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, which is the beneficiary of our charity. We have raised almost $30,000. We'll pass that $30,000 mark this year, and we raised over $7,000 last year alone. We are hoping to break that total this year. I'll also be announcing our corporate sponsors next week as well. So we got a lot of cool stuff. It's going to be good stuff. Sounds good, Echo. Okay. Can I get some votes, chat? Because I don't have any votes yet. So $ vote space 1 is heal with 1 hit die plus the Song of Rest, because we're up to 18 out of 33 now. So we could do that. $ vote space 2 is heal with only 1 hit die, so we don't use the Song of Rest. And $ vote space 3 means we stop healing. So we're sitting here at 18 out of 33. And remember, we're still using short rest. So we're not using our healing words, which we still have a couple of those left. We still have potions of healing left. But, you know, we also don't know what else we're going to discover in this mansion. But just be aware that we do have other healing opportunities later. No, it's all good, man. Everyone is just so in there. They're like, Rob, wait, is that the Dark Side Rob? Wait a minute, is that the one who obliterates every Bloodborne, Dark Souls game known to man? Is that the exceptional musician, actor, video and audio editor, content creator, the immortal Darkseid Rob? Nice, good stuff. Audiobook, of course, editor does a lot of work for everybody, but is currently doing a lot of work for Catalyst Games. Hey, J-Rab, what's up, man? All right, it looks like we are going to do that. So, Drew, if you're taking over, I think you're taking over with dice, I believe. So, assuming you're taking over, Drew, if I could have you roll 1d8 plus 2, 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 2, and we will see what that gets us up to healing-wise. Doing all of the audio things. Oh, Shadow, you can do this roll. It's up to Drew. I mean, like, yeah, go ahead, Shadow. Doesn't matter to me. Always happy to showcase Rob. Did I not? Oh.
No, I'm in my light musical theater. The sun is over there, and now my corneas are on fire.
All right, sounds good, Triffid. Sleep well. 7 plus 5 for a total of 12. Let's go. All right. That brings us up to 30. Nice work there, Shadowed. Okay. So, good. That means we're down to 2 hit dice, and we have 1 Bardic Inspiration left, but we have made some serious work there. You'll be happy to know that during that time, nothing else wanders along and finds all of you during that hour of time, although it has grown somewhat darker outside. So now the question is, chat, should we head down the intersection, or should we oh, actually, that's true. I don't need to do all that. So $ vote space 1 means we are heading to the south. There's an intersection, remember, to the south here. So, in fact, I might even have it here. Yeah, I do. So, $ vote space 1 means we're heading down the intersection to the south. $ vote space 2 means that we are heading all the way to the east, where there is another intersection and a room beyond it. So, $ vote space 1 is intersection to the south. $ vote space 2 means we're heading all the way to the east with the room beyond it. Which can call you Mountain Drew. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, the weekend. Everybody's working for the weekend. Sounds good. Sleep well, Echo. All right. Going once. Oops, sorry. Let me last call that first. Okay, yeah. Going once. Going twice. To the south it is. Okay. As you head to the south. Wait, that's 8. Oh, I see. Yes, right. I was like, what is this telling me to do? Okay. So... Ah, yes. I have a map for this, in fact. I have a map. So, I will show you what you see as we head down to the south. Okay. Here, chat, is what you see. Okay. So, you stand at an intersection within the hallway, and you have some options. You can proceed east down the hallway. There is a door down the hallway to the east. You can proceed into the room that you see before you on that map, or you can go back the way that you came. So, let me write all that down. So proceed east down the hallway to the door, proceed into the room, or go back north. What would you like to do? And yes, of course, sneakily. That should always be assumed, and I'll actually have either Shadowed or Drew make the stealth check for this. So $ vote space 1 is you proceed east down the hallway to the door. $ vote space 2 means you proceed into the room. So the room you see there, if you want to go in that room, that's $ vote space 2. And $ vote space 3 is you go back north, basically the way you just came. Okay. Gonna last call this. Looks like a lot of people are wanting to proceed into the room. Two. Alright. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Proceed into the room. It is. Okay. A dining hall comes into view, complete with a long dining table and 12 chairs that are wrapped around it. Or, 4 chairs on each side, which is what it looks like on the map. But anyway. Directly ahead, you see a curved window looking out to the stormy sky and rundown yard. On each end of the room are cabinets housing plates, silverware, and goblets. Like the other areas, it seems not to have been used in many years. Okay. Now, without having to look very closely, you can see that the dining hall does seem to be unused, but there is a chair at the northern end of the table, which is actually not... let me see if I can show where that is. There's supposed to be a head chair there, and there's not. I think they just left them out. But there's supposed to be a head chair at the northernmost side of it, and then on the southernmost side. And the chair on the northernmost side has no dust on it. It is free of dust. All the other chairs have dust. And there's also a placemat in that northernmost chair in front of it. There's a plate with a fresh meal, a goblet full of water, and silverware to cut into your meat and potatoes. There is a note next to it, and the note says, "A gift from the mother, allowed by the father." A gift from the mother, allowed by the father. And by the way, in case you're curious, this is Stormview note number 1. Okay. So, yeah, I know, exactly. Something's, I know. I don't know what to tell you. They missed some chairs, I guess, Drew. So you have to imagine that. I mean, there is a chair here, I guess, but this, I don't, yeah, they kind of made a mistake. But there should be 12 chairs around it, and there's a head table that's supposed to be at the north where you don't see a chair. There is a chair, okay? A real theater for the mind. So next to it, there is a note next to this plate with a fresh meal, a goblet full of water, and silverware to cut into your meat and potatoes. So, with all of that said, chat, I'm going to ask you, do you wish to eat the meal or leave? $ vote space 1 means you eat the meal. $ vote space 2 means you depart. And in the master's chamber, they gather for the feast. They stab it with their stealing knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Next thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back. Just because I'm singing Hotel California doesn't mean anything. No, the question is, you see what the note says. A gift from the mother allowed by the father. So are you going to eat it or not? Okay, we're going to last call this. $ vote space 1 means eat. $ vote space 2 means not. I know. I was waiting. You know what? I was about to call you out, Will Work. I was about to be like, wait a minute. But no, it does not appear like there's cheese. There is meat, there is potatoes, and what looks like some kind of greenery. Like, you know, a house salad. That would be pretty amazing, Shadow. That would be pretty awesome, actually. Vote 3, check the chair for traps. Yeah, it was allowed. What could go wrong? Yeah, in fact, Drew, you know what? Roll for me. Do an investigation check for me while everyone's making their vote. It's so it'll be D20 plus 1, but also double proficiency. So 4. So D20 plus 5. Okay, good. Not changing my vote. D20 plus 5. Now, if I told you that it was potatoes au gratin, then you're like, wait. So 21. The chair is free of dust and also seems to be free of traps from what you can tell. This seems to be the one chair here which seems to have been sat in recently. Yeah, potatoes all rotten. Yeah. The power of au gratin potatoes compels you. Yep. And then like as you run out, like as they escape, you hear the guy being like, relax, we're programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. And then the DM's just like, woo doo da boo boo da boo boo da boo da boo boo da boo. All right, going once. Going twice. All right. Chat has departed empty-stomached. Has turned up its nose at the meal that exists. Okay. So you have chosen not to eat, which means that we have returned to the intersection. Nope, nope. Let's see. Oh, okay, right. It's the same one, actually. Never mind. It's the same one. I forgot about that. So, okay. So now, having done all of that, having gone in there, now our choices are as follows, chat. You can proceed east down the hallway to the door, or you can go back north from where you came originally. So $ vote space 1 is going east, away from the room with the food, towards the door that you can see to the east, or back the way you came to the north is $ vote space 2. Mother's sad that you rejected her meal. Yeah, I mean, like, listen. I know some mothers that would be exceedingly upset. And some fathers, for that matter. Okay, last call, going once. Going twice. Oh, choices are $ vote space 1 is going east, out of the room, going east towards the door that you can see at the end of the hallway. $ vote space 2 means going north back the way you came. So basically leaving this area and heading back to the north, which is towards the back of the manor, like the rear of the manor. All right, that seems pretty definitive. So we're going to head east. And heading to the east. Okay. So there is a door at the end of this hallway, which you can, if you wish, you can check for traps if you want. And I won't even ask chat whether they want to do that. You can check for traps if you want, Drew. Make an investigation check for me again, please. D, or either you or Shadowed, whoever wants to do it. D20 plus, what did I say, 5 for the investigation check. Nice. Is that, oh God, is that Holm? What's his name? Oh gosh. Hulme, right? Something Holm is the guy who's the DM for that, for High Rollers, I think. Is it Mark Holmes? Yeah. Yeah. I know High Rollers a little bit. I haven't listened to it for a while, but he's an interesting guy, Mark Holmes. Yeah, okay. Does not appear that there are any traps on this door. So assuming you go through the door, because that's what it seems like since there are no traps on it, then I will bring you to this place. Come to this house, be one of us. Okay. That was my Windows, in case anyone was curious. Just saying that I need to download my Windows Defender files. Okay. What the heck? Oh, okay. I was like, what am I doing? Right. Okay, so... Yes, I've heard good things about when I watched it in the past. Sorry, when I watched it in the past, I remember thinking it was pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so Here we are. Okay. You are in the entrance hall where there are two alcoves. One contains a statue of a male human standing strong as he brandishes a large battle axe. In the other, you see a graceful female human holding a spellbook while she proudly displays a magnificent staff. You take one step into this chamber, and a voice booms from the female statue. Any who enter bear the burden of knowledge. Immediately afterward, another voice rings from the male statue. Any who enter bear the burden of strife. Both then speak in unison. Any who enter bear the burden of the unseen. Both voices fall silent. You hear only the patter of rain from outside. The hall continues into the manor and connects to the front door. So, we have a couple of choices here. Let's see. You can... Okay. So, that is the entrance hall, right? Okay. So, you've got those statues that you can see in the alcove. And then you've got a bunch of areas as well. So, we got a lot of options. Let me throw the options up there in a poll. So, here's what we've got. You can check out the statues. You can ascend to the second floor. You can enter the western door. That's the one you just came from. You can enter the northwestern door. That's the one to the top left, like right, the next door the next door to the right, basically, from the one that you're coming from. That's the northwestern door. You could enter the northeastern door, or you could enter the far eastern door. All right, chat. $ vote space 1 is you check out the statues. 2 is ascend to the second floor. 3, that's that big central staircase in the middle there. 3 is enter the western door. That's where you just came from. 4 is the northwestern door. That's the next door to the right from the door you came from. 5 is the northeastern door. That's the next door beyond that. And then 6 is the eastern door. That's the door across the way, directly across from where you are. Okay, what's it going to be? Okay, last call, last call. $ vote space 1 for the statues, 2 for ascending to the second floor, 3 for the western door, 4 for the northwestern door, 5 for the northeastern door, 6 for the eastern door. It was the burden of strife, it was the burden of the unseen, and it was the burden of knowledge. The voice from the female statue said the burden of knowledge. The voice from the male statue said the burden of strife. And then both of them together said the burden of the unseen. All right. We are checking out the statues. So, let's talk about that. As you walk forward, you cross down over the rug towards the statues. And there is this beautiful grand staircase rising to the second floor of the mansion. We talked about that. There are the 4 doors leading deeper into the manor. There are torches and sconces which burn brightly and illuminate the dilapidated entrance hall. And dust covers nearly every inch of the floor, wall, and stair in this cold, unwelcoming hall. But as you step onto the rug, it suddenly rises and attempts to collapse on you. Doot, doot, doot. I would like you, please, to make an initiative roll for me, please, Drew. And I will do the same. D20 plus our dexterity score, which is 3, so D20 plus 3. Or, sorry, Shadowed. I keep saying Drew. I'm sorry. Shadowed. Shadowed's been doing this a million times. I shouldn't be, like, surprised by this anymore or whatever. Like, oh, yeah, wait, I didn't realize. I do realize. All right, we need better music than this for this. Let's see. Let's throw this one out here. This is you, Shadowed. So I need an initiative roll, please, for our character. D20 plus 3. D30 plus 3. 8. Well, you'll be happy to know that the rug rolled a 3, so I think actually it's okay. Actually, no, they rolled a 2, so even worse. So that could have been worse under the circumstances. Okay. So this thing is literally just moving up, like with its tassels sort of over you and preparing to like fall down on you is what it seems to be doing. So what would you like to do is the question, chat, and I will throw open a poll to see. Let me save this actually as okay, I wanted to make sure I saved that. So, oh, wait. That's right. Thank you for reminding me of the silliness. Okay. So, obviously not going to cast Hold Person. All right, here we go. Do you wish to attack? Do you wish to run? Do you wish to cast Vicious Mockery on a carpet? Do you want to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on a carpet? Do you want to cast Thunderwave, Shatter, or Heal? What would you like to do? $ vote space 1 is attack, 2 is run, 3 is Vicious Mockery, 4 is Tasha's Hideous Laughter, 5 is Thunderwave, 6 is Shatter, and 7 is Heal. And this thing is trying to, like, overwhelm you. Could be a smart carpet. So please get your vote in. And a quick note, we have about 15 minutes left. We've made good progress, though, but we won't be finishing it tonight. So that means I thought it was possible we'd have 2 sessions. We will have one decent-sized session to wrap up in July, is what that means. There is, I suppose, an outside chance that if something fell through during ArvCon, we could do this for part of it, but that's not the plan. The plan is for this to happen in 2 months. So, and then that means that starting in September, we will be back to so-called regular D&D with viewers. So, $ vote space 1 is attack, 2 is run, 3 is Vicious Mockery, 4 is Hideous Laughter, 5 is Thunderwave, 6 is Shatter, 7 is Heal. Let us get these votes in. Weapon, form of torch. Yes, unfortunately, you cannot make a torch a flaming weapon. You can make a normal weapon of a magical +1 weapon of any type, but not a flaming one. Yeah, $ vote space. All right, let's do it. Attack it is. So, using your awesome +1 weapon, we're going to do that. So, that is going to be, let's see, D20 plus, what did we say? We said 6, because 3 proficiency is 5 plus 1, 6. Yeah, D20 plus 6 to hit this rug. D20 plus 6. This thing is not huge on AC, but 23. Good stuff, Shadowed. All right, now we have to roll damage, which is going to be 8 plus 3 plus 1. So 8 plus 4. So 1d8 plus 4 for the damage that we do to this thing. All right. Nice. 11. Good stuff. Okay. So, that was a solid hit. Poke a huge hole through it. Okay. Does not kill it, but that was quite a blow. Okay. Did not like that at all. All right. Now it's going to try to make its attack. And let's see. Let me double check one quick thing here on... Just want to make sure I'm right about my... Make sure I'm right on one stat. Give me 1 second here. Okay, no, that's right. Okay, so it is going to just hit us, which means it is now grappled. Until this grapple ends, the target is restrained, blinded, and at risk of suffocating. At the start of each of the target's turns, the target takes 1d6 plus 3 bludgeoning damage. So, we are going to start out by taking 4 bludgeoning damage. Oh, actually, what were you going to say? Actually, I think I may know what you were going to say. What were you going to say, Wispy? I think I have a sense of what you might ask, but I'll wait and see. What were you thinking, Wispy? Yes, there is one thing you can do, which is you can use cutting words that would let you take a d6, roll a d6, and subtract it from its roll. That would use your last bardic inspiration, but it would then mean that you would not, it would miss you, basically. So I will throw this up as a quick poll. $vote space 1 is yes, use cutting words. $vote space 2 is don't use cutting words. So go ahead and get that vote in, chat. $vote space 1 is yes, use cutting words. $vote space 2 says don't use cutting words. And that's a good call, Wispy. Good pickup. It's your last bardic inspiration, but better than getting hit by this thing. Yeah, it sounds like people are on board with doing this. Well, we'll find out, but it looks like it might be possibly connected to that. We'll see. All right. Let's see. Shadowed, could you roll a 6-sided die, please? And we're going to subtract that from the roll that I originally gave it. Four. Well, guess what? I had originally rolled a 14, which was exactly enough to hit your AC. So that's a 10, so it misses. So none of those bad things we previously discussed happened. Good job, Wispy. Out of inspirations. So that's a one-time only trick that you can use. But hey, it definitely worked this time. So you have not gotten hit for 1 billion hit points and all the rest of it this time. So good job, everybody. Okay, so now the question is, what are you going to do? You definitely hit it one time and did some serious damage to it. So, $ vote space 1, attack again. 2 is run. 3 is cast Vicious Mockery. 4 is Hideous Laughter. 5 is Thunderwave. 6 is Shatter. 7 is Heal. And it is not immune to that effect of the cutting words. Okay, last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. Yeah. No, that's fine, Wispy. You remembered that there was something. That was all that mattered. So, that was a good call. All right, attack it is. All right, you know the drill, Shadow. D20 plus, what did I say, 6, I think is what I said. D20 plus 6, because 3 plus proficiency is 5 plus 1. Yeah, 6. D20 plus 6. Let's cut this oversized cheesecloth. Exactly. It's something which is actually harming, like keeping you from cheese, which is the worst. $19. That will 100% hit. So now damage again, which is D8 plus 3 plus 1 for the plus 1, so 4. So D8 plus 4. Oh, that's right. It's a crit hit because we crit on Gloves of Savagery. That's quite right. Wispy is picking that up. Good job, Wispy. Yep, that's right. Crit on, so it's max damage. So that means we are at a 12 is what you do. Okay, that really messes it up. You also rolled max damage? Oh my god, that's so funny. It was like it knew. The dice knew. It's like, look, this is really important. So the thing is barely holding together by a thread. Like that, your slashes, your vicious slashes, do all of this incredible. It is almost destroyed. So, but it's still got enough constituent threads, I guess, for it to make another attack on you. And this time I think it's going to hit, and there's nothing we can do about it with cutting words because we're out of inspirations. So this is 14, so that's 18 to hit, which means that we are grappled. So at the start of our turn, we are going to take 4 bludgeoning damage, which is unfortunate. 4 bludgeoning. Okay. Now, there is actually an option here that I want to present to people, but let me take down the damage first. So, 6. Okay. So, we take 1d6 plus 3. We don't have to breathe yet because it's only been the one turn since this just happened. Now, we are currently grappled. If you read the description of what happens when you are grappled in 5e, what it says is that your speed becomes 0. It can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. And it also means that you are incapable of moving around. It does not say that you are incapacitated. In other words, we could still attack this thing. So I'm going to add something to this mix. What I'm going to say with this one is, at the very bottom, I'm going to give it the option of trying to escape. However, you don't have to escape from this because we're not early enough for it to be smothering us. We'll take damage every time it's bludgeoning, like every time our turn begins, But we could, if we hit it this time, if we attack it and hit it this time, we could kill it. It's very, very close to death anyway. So $ vote space 1 is attack, 2 is run, 3 is cast vicious mockery, 4 is hideous laughter, 5 is thunder wave, 6 is shatter, 7 is heal, or 8 is try to escape. So what would you like to do, chat? Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. We can take it. Going once. Going twice. All right. I'll pull the rug over our eyes, know what I'm saying? Okay. The attack, then proceed, shout it if you would. This is, again, D20 plus 6. So please make that attack. 18 is absolutely a hit. So let me have you make your roll. That was almost another crit, but it does not crit on an 18, only a 19 and a 20. So once again, 18, 12, I was going to say, yeah, actually, that's true. 12 plus 5 is not 18. Okay, yes, 12 plus 6, 18. That works. So damage roll, please. As the music has come to an end. And that's 1d8 plus 4, I think is what I said. Seven plus 4. So again, you stab through the heart of it, and you're making those sounds, not the creature. And the rug kind of almost literally unravels, just and falls to the ground, destroyed. Good stuff, chat. That could have been a lot worse. Some of those rolls were very, very solid at moments that you needed them. So, what does this tell us? As you get past the rug, I can tell you that there is something important. At least I can tell you that as soon as I find out what chapter I'm at. There we go. Come on, show me the thing. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, yes. That was the entry point that was there. Yes, okay. So, statues. Once you're past this destroyed rug, further inspection reveals that one statue represents a great warrior and the other a wizard. Each has a nameplate at its feet. You wipe the dust from the plate to reveal that the name of the male is Godric Stormview, while the name of the female is Ravindra Stormview. A locket is around the neck of the statue of Ravindra. So, with all of that said, you have a couple of choices, chat. Instead of checking out the statues, we could take the locket. So, here are your choices. You can take the locket. That's $ vote space 1. You can ascend to the second floor. That's $ vote space 2. You can enter the western door, that's $ vote space 3. Enter the northwestern door is $ vote space 4. Enter the northeastern door, which is $ vote space 5. Or enter the eastern door, which is $ vote space 6. So what would you like to do? Hi, Mrs. Dunsel. Again, chat, we are just about done for the night, but we'll run for another 5 minutes or so until we get out of this section. And then we will we'll be finishing up with Into the Unknown in our next session, which will be probably in July. Hey, what's up, Sephiroth? In your campaign, the boy escaped the Underdark? I don't know though. Can I trust Sephiroth though? Like as he escaped the Underdark, where you're like Underdark. Underdark. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, last call, last call. Last call here. Welcome back, Shadowed. We're just deciding between taking the locket or doing one of these other ones. So take the locket is 1. Second floor 2, western door 3, northwestern door 4, northeastern door 5, eastern door 6. Going once. Going twice. Okay. So, you remove the locket from Ravindra's statue. You attempt to open it to see what is inside, but you cannot. Whatever is binding this together is stronger than you or any tool you possess. Still, we do have it, so I will mention that we have it here. Ravindra's locket. Okay. All right, so now that we've removed the locket, this becomes quite simple. Which is we go like that. Yeah, look at that. Effect Life, so good stuff here. Okay, here we go, chat. So, do we ascend to the second floor? Do we enter the western door? The western door is where we came from, just so you know. The northwestern door is the door next to that. So if you start on the far west, the next door over to the east is the northwestern door. So that's $ vote space 3. The northeastern door is the next door after that. That's $ vote space 4. Or the far door on the east is the eastern door. That's $ vote space 5. So climb the stairs is 1. Western door where we came from is 2. Northwestern door, which is the door next to it, is 3. Northeastern door, which is the door next to it on the other side, is 4. And eastern door is all the way across the hallway. That's 5. Oh, interesting. Okay. I just took a look at what the whole map looks like for this. Okay, last call, last call. Okay. So, we are entering the northwestern door. And I do have that. Let me get that little map for you. Because I do have that map. Okay. Hold on here. Okay. So, let me show you what we see. Looks like this. That's pretty cool. If I'm in that kind of company. Okay. So for this one, okay, so you go in the northwestern door. Whoops. Sorry. And you find yourself here. All right. So, what that means is that you can go west to the intersection. You can go south through the door you came from, east to the northeastern door, or east to the farthest intersection. So we're standing at the door, right? The door on the left. So either west to the intersection, that's $ vote space 1. Go back through the door you came from to the south, that's $ vote space 2. East to the northeastern door, so the northeastern door in the other room. So you remember that there were 2 doors, northwestern and northeastern, so you could go to the northeastern door if you wish. Or go east all the way to the far intersection you can see on this little map. $ vote space 1 is west, 2 is south through the door you came from, 3 is east to the northeastern door that you saw in that other room, and 4 is east to the farthest intersection. Okay, last call. Last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. Okay. West to the intersection it is. And going west is going to bring... Right. Okay. That's what I thought. So, that's going to bring us to... Okay. So, when you go up to the west intersection, you come to a door. And basically what the door shows you is what I will describe here. And this will be the last thing we do for the night. Okay. So it looks like this. Yeah, that was a big meme thing a couple of years ago, but I always thought it was kind of cool anyway, separate from the meme. Okay. There's a door when you come through here on the other side. And as you look through it, you open the door to find a standard broom closet. Inside is almost any object or tool you could need to freshen up a manor. Ironically, though, the cleaning equipment is no longer clean from age. So, question, chat. Last vote, I think, of the night. And that vote is going to be... do you wish to investigate the closet or not? $ vote space 1 means you can investigate the closet. $ vote space 2 means you do not wish to investigate the closet. Okay. Looks like chat is pretty clear on this point. I won't even bother. Let's call it, actually. Okay. So an investigation check, please, for me, Shadowed, if you would. And so we're looking at D20 plus, what did I say? 1 plus double proficiency, so 5. So D20 plus 5, please. Ride the vacuum cleaner. Could see something about that. $19. All right, let me tell you then what you find as you feel confident about your inspection. You find the following. After many moments of searching, you presume that if there were something of value to find, you would have found it, which is probably fair enough. So you depart the broom closet, and as we depart the broom closet, we are also going to, for the moment, depart this game. We will return, of course, to it. We are going to return eventually to Into the Unknown, but we're going to pause for now. But as I say, 2 months from now in July, we should be able to wrap it. We've come out of the closet, that's right, and we should be able to wrap it up. So that's going to be good. I am excited for the finishing of this, and I really have had a great time with it. I've been looking forward to playing this, and I always enjoy the D&D with viewers anyway, but I enjoy doing something like this, which is, you know, it's like straight ahead D&D, right? But I've been really enjoying that aspect of things. So it has been good. And give me just a second whilst I address these things so I can put this back in order. Like this to go down here. Yeah, I'm glad. I do too, Critchwitch. I kind of like doing these things. There we go. And that is that. Good stuff from Pacesetter. Again, it's simple stuff, you know, but it's stuff that, despite being simple, I really appreciate, and it's led us a good long way, actually. We've been doing this for almost a year, I think, because we only do it every couple of months, and so we've been at it for quite a long while. And so Norel Navra has gotten a lot of great stuff, and now we will save this under character, and it's May 7th, 2023, and that is going to be it for that guy. And yes, I do wish to close the application. Great. Fun way to bring chat in. We usually do something else. Or fighting with my firewall. Oh no, fighting with your firewall. That's no good. So that's good. And yeah, all right, we're good with this one and that one And that one, always have a lot of windows open for these too. So it's always like, I'm just like, geez, like opening a whole ton. But now I think I have gotten all of the extra ones closed. Okay, cool. So I want to thank you all, chat, for being here. It is so D&D. What's up, Big Boss? I'm afraid I'm wrapping up because we have just finished now, but I am going to head us over. And I know exactly who we're going to raid, actually. So if you liked what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. If you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will... Give me 1 second while I get rid of a couple of these other things. There's always like all these extra elements when we do one of these things. Okay. I hope you will support the channel by following the channel, by checking out the YouTube at !ArvTube. I have past broadcasts of this and many other streams. Discord !Arvcord for my Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !Arvtweets for my Twitter where I always will post when I'm going live and about various things going on with me. And the website for all this is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !Arv for my merchandise area, !Arvtreon for the Patreon right there, which really is the financial backbone of the channel. That really helps out a lot, and you can get inspirations to help the players and other cool things for you individually and for the channel as a whole. Same thing if you support, as many of you did today, by subbing or resubbing or gift subbing. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch, and of course you can also get those inspirations to help the players, so that is always appreciated if you can do that as well. On the publishing side of things, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Why Are My Eyes So... Dry? Tired? Something? Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grayshade, which is my award-winning novel, which came out last year. You can order that book right now. If you wish to pre-order, you can also pre-order the sequel to that book, Renegade, which will be out in July of this year, Heretic, which will be out next year to conclude that trilogy. The tabletop role-playing game of Grayshade will be coming out later this year. You can pre-order that. And you can also order the audiobook, which is available now at that link by Trend Spark. So that's going to be really cool. I am very excited to be able to continue to further the Grayshade universe as time goes on. As always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war and send the message that we will support not only them, but others in this position in the future. And last, of course, this, Klein, the kickoff event for my ArvCon 2023 charity convention. Very excited about this. It's the 9th time we're doing ArvCon, but it's the first time that we've kicked it off with a live in-person event being held at the Klein Memorial Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. $5 tickets will get you in the door if you're able to be there yourself. If you can't be there yourself, if you're not close by or in the country or something like that, you can still watch the online stream for $5 as well. And if you go to that link at !Klein, you'll see all the details about that. That's going to be happening Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then is going to lead into the rest of ArvCon, which is going to be happening over the weekend. You will see Rob there. You may or may not see a certain person whose name rhymes with blue. You may see that person there as well. You're going to see another person whose name might rhyme with Blillness. So there's going to be a number of the Arvanauts in addition to Zach Clay, Carlos and Claire, familiar to people here. Of course, we already mentioned Rob and the amazing and awesome high school student that I will be introducing next week along with the other corporate sponsors of ArvCon. So, and if anyone is in the tri-state area and can put up flyers or is elsewhere in the world and wants to distribute digital flyers to Discord servers and Reddit pages and things like that, I would be happy to send those to you, either that one or this one. Be happy to send any of those to you folks as well. That's going to do it for me, but I promised that we would do this. We are going to do a raid today. Raids are very simple. All you have to do is when you're brought over automagically, type in, if you're not a sub, the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. That's Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, please do this. Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts have landed, Twitch raid, and then that's Arvany Roar. You can also throw in Arvany Smug, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown. All the Arvanys, Arvany Hype again, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically to the person that we are going to be raiding, and I know exactly who we're going to be raiding, and it is well worth your time. So please make sure, if you can, to stick around for the raid. I want to thank the amazing people who made this stream great tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Drew the Damager, J-Rab, Prince Justin, and Shadow Mage, the best in the business. Thank you so much as well to my wonderful subscribers and Patreon supporters, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Drew, Jay, Prince Justin, Shadow Mage, Critchwitch, Mrs. Dunsel, and of course Will Work for Cheese. Thanks to the gift subs that made these all possible. Thanks for the follows tonight as well. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Ha 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 ha. Thank you to the anonymous gifter for gifting a sub, by the way. Thank you to Axeman, to Big Boss, to Chaotix, to Dark Sinner, Darth Sisu, Harlequin, Lizabeth, Jagtress, Live Suing, Nonstop, Paula Rigi, Throw, Wenchkin. We were just talking about you earlier tonight, Wenchkin, and Yamickle. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I will be back on Tuesday at noon Eastern. Remember, over on GOG.com, starting over on that channel on Tuesday from 12 to 3 with Chained Echoes, because then I'll be back here on this channel at 4 p.m. Eastern for Shire Adventures. So it's going to be awesome. Lots of Dungeons & Dragons and all that kind of good stuff. Thank you for joining us. Will Work for Cheese. Look forward to seeing you again in here. Thank you to Dragonspear for the 10 sheer, cupcake-wise. And chat, much love to all of you for being amazing. Please stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely people down the line. We will finish Into the Unknown in a couple of months. But that's it for now. Please stick around for the raid, and I'll see you folks soon. As always, chat, please be good to each other, and have a good night. Honk.